Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2027 PG&E General Rate Case Post-Filing Workshop. My name is Jamie Lau, a Senior Utility Engineer with the CPUC Electric General Rate Case section, and a coordinator for the rate case. I'll be facilitating today's workshop with my colleague, Chris Lopez, who is also a coordinator for the rate case. The workshop is hosted by the CPUC Energy Division to ensure transparency and engagement in the workshop. The workshop is required by a CPUC decision and as part of PG&E's rate case activities. Before the workshop, let's go over safety briefing and logistics. Be aware of your surroundings and emergency exits. If you experience an emergency, please call 911. Have a comfortable setup at home or office, either sitting down or standing. The workshop will be about 6 hours long. As for logistics, this is a virtual-only meeting and will be recorded. Next, we'll go over how to ask questions and speak at this workshop if you are a regular participant. You can use the chat or raise hand function to request to speak. The host will call your name and send a request to unmute yourself. Please pay attention to your monitor for a request prompt to unmute yourself. It is important to click the accept button before you speak and let others hear you. If you don't accept the request, you'll still be muted. If you are a panelist for this workshop, you can freely unmute yourself using the unmute button. You don't have to request the host to unmute yourself before speaking. Next, we'll go over the roles for the workshop. This workshop is comprised of CPUC, PG&E, and public who are interested in the rate case. Again, the workshop is being hosted by the Commission's Energy Division. Our role is to facilitate the workshop, while PG&E is the panelist and the presenter of the workshop. For all other attendees, you may ask questions in the chat or use the raise hand function to request to speak. There will be Q&A at the end of each presentation for immediate questions, and open discussion at the end of the workshop. Let's go over the purpose of the workshop. This workshop is required under CPUC decision D-20-01002. It mandates PG&E to hold a rate case workshop within 15 days after filing the application. The purpose of this workshop is for PG&E to provide a high-level overview of the 2027 general rate case and to provide informal Q&A on the rate case filing. Also quickly address any public questions. Next, we'll take a look at the draft schedule for the rate case. According to the CPUC decision, PG&E is required to submit the rate case by May 15, which PG&E did. PG&E is also required to hold a rate case workshop by May 30th. Today is the 29th, so they are on schedule. At this point forward, the schedule will be determined by the assigned administrative law judge and the Commission's office in the upcoming scoping memo. And I would like to introduce the administrative law judge to have a few words about the scoping memo and upcoming schedule.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm John Larson, the Administrative Law Judge, or ALJ, assigned to this proceeding. The assigned commissioner is John Reynolds. He is unable to attend today, but his advisors are in attendance. With me also are Administrative Law Judges Justin Renier and Elizabeth Fox. We will not be asking many questions. We assume that PG&E will cover its proposal for undergrounding in 2027 through the bridge program and its transition to the electrical undergrounding plan. So we're looking forward to an overview of that. And regarding the schedule, next on the schedule is the pre-hearing conference. It was proposed for June 30th, but that date was not available. So instead, we will be sending a ruling scheduling it for July 3rd. So starting at 10 a.m. So mark your calendars for that, and we will see you then. Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Lau.
Yes. Next, we'll go over the timeline for what have happened and upcoming events for the rate case. On May 15, 2024, PG&E submitted the Risk Assessment Mitigation Phase, or as known as the RAMP application. Reply comments were done in December 2024. PG&E submitted the GRC application on the 15th of this month and is holding a workshop today on the 29th. So far, everything is on track according to the order schedule. The next milestone we're looking at are on June 15, in about 15 days from now, the 30-day protest is due. In about a month from now, there will be a pre-hearing conference, and scoping memo is expected on August 15. And I believe ALJ Larson have covered some of the timeline that for public participation hearing. Then between December 2025 and 2026, we'll expect party testimonies, evidentiary hearing, reply brief to happen. Lastly, final decision is expected by end of 2026. Please keep in mind that this timeline is fluid and subject to change. Next, we'll go over today's agenda. During the presentation, PG&E will go over testimony exhibits by order. There are a total of 12 exhibits in the GRC application, but PG&E will only go over exhibit 1 through 11, as number 12 is statement of qualification, which will not be discussed today. Today's workshop will be about 6 hours long. We plan to take a 10-minute break for every 1 hour. For lunch, we'll take a 75-minute break and come back at 1 p.m. Toward the end, PG&E will go over the discovery process, and the remaining time will be spent on open discussion and closing. Q&A will happen throughout and in between exhibit presentations. Before handing over the floor to PG&E, please let me know if anyone have questions. Okay. So now I would like to transition to PG&E's presentation, where they will start with exhibit number 1, rate case overview.
Good morning. Jamie, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
First of all, thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction. I will start with safety today. I just want to make sure we have a safety message for this meeting. We're with each other for the duration. My safety message is going to be on earthquakes. Earthquakes can strike without warning, so it's important to be prepared and know what to do to stay safe. So I'm going to go over some essential tips to help you protect yourself and your loved one in the event of that emergency. So before an earthquake, please make sure that you have created an emergency plan, discussing with your family what you're going to do should an earthquake happen. So identify safe spots in rooms, know where you're going to go, find sturdy furniture or interior walls. Prepare for the emergency with a kit, including essentials like water, non-perishable food, appropriate medications, flashlight, batteries, and first aid kits. And another good one to remember is to secure heavy items, anchor heavy furniture to the walls, appliances and shelves, anything that could fall, even pictures pose a threat. So think about your environment. to stay safe in the event of emergency. And then hopefully, as we know, during an earthquake, drop, cover, and hold. Drop your hands and knees and cover your head and necks with your arm. And then hold until the shaking stops. Stay indoors. If you're indoors, stay there. Move away from windows, glass, and exterior walls. And if you're outside, move to an open area away from building, trees, or power lines. Also, if you're in a building, like some of us at PG&E are today, avoid elevators. Do not use elevators during an earthquake and use the stairs for an evacuation. Lastly, after an earthquake, check for injuries, check yourself and others, provide first aid if necessary, inspect your home, look for damage, gas leaks, electrical hazards. If you suspect a gas leak, turn off the gas and leave the building immediately. And stay informed. Listen to emergency broadcasts and follow instructions from authorities. Be prepared for aftershocks and stay alert. Being prepared is part of being safe. So hopefully this message serves us well in the future. And good morning. Thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Ken Arnold, and I am the lead case manager for PG&E's 2027 general rate case, which, as Jamie said, was filed on May 15th. I'm in agreement with Jamie. The purpose of today's post-filing workshop is to provide a high-level overview of the case, our request, and how to navigate testimony and supporting work papers. The presenters today, as we move through our presentation, are case managers, and our case managers have been engaged in the development of our rate case since the planning stages. The team is incredibly knowledgeable and talented, but I would remind the group here that they are not witnesses, they are not program owners, and they are not directly involved in the day-to-day operations of the program and the work we intend to discuss here today. So with that in mind, our objective remains to help everyone here today to understand what our case is comprised of and where to go to find answers. Should you have additional questions, as Jamie said, at the conclusion of this workshop, there will be instruction on how to submit a data request to PG&E, and we can provide those answers in the future. The case is managed by myself, Mr. Al Walker, who is our lead case attorney, and Hannah Keller, who is our discovery lead. Contact for the case information will be provided on the final slide today for those individuals. The material presented today will also, I believe, Jamie, if you want to validate this, will be posted publicly by Energy Division. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, excellent. So with that established, I think we can move on to the agenda slide. The meeting today is scheduled to allow each exhibit an opportunity to present and follows the same order as the case itself. As Energy Division said at the start of this call, we will anchor to the end times of our morning, lunch, and afternoon breaks, meaning we expect gas operations to start at 10:40, energy supply at 1 p.m., and administration in general at 2:15. Speakers will be given the opportunity to present their slides and will address questions once their presentation completes. I'm going to go over at a high level what our case is comprised of. So Exhibit 2 is our policy exhibit. Exhibit 3 is gas operations, which covers gas distribution, gas transmission, and gas storage. Exhibit 4 is electric distribution, which does not include electric transmission costs. Exhibit 5 is energy supply, which no longer notably includes Diablo Canyon Power Plant costs. Exhibit 6, customer and enterprise solutions, includes costs for customer-related programs, including gas and electric AMI programs. Exhibit 7, shared services and information technology, includes a broad array of programs that support critical company functions, including cybersecurity, physical security, and emergency preparedness and response. Exhibit 8, people, includes costs that support employee benefits, including medical. Exhibit 9, administrative and general, include costs that support company operations. Exhibit 10, Results of Operations, discusses the application of cost allocation, tax, and other important financial treatment factors. And lastly, Exhibit 11, Post-Test Year Rate Making, discusses our attrition year treatment for the years 2028 through 2030. I'll move to the next slide. Our rate case encompasses a vast array of work that supports our energy system and provides service for approximately 16 million Californians. This case seeks to stabilize our bills and continue to improve service for our customers. We'll go to the next slide. As you will hear over the course of this presentation, the general rate case is comprised of work for California. Our case proposes a plan that continues to drive safety and reliability while focused on making bills stable. This case proposes a transition of undergrounding miles from the general rate case to the electrical undergrounding plan and requests 307 miles for 2027. That mileage is consistent with the 2023 general rate case and maintains the momentum and work efficiencies to continue to remove risk from our system. Paired with more overhead hardening, PG&E's 2027 general rate case represents, we think, it's the best plan for our most significant safety risk. Similarly, this case considers how to meet customer energization demands consistent with state policy for prompt customer connections. In Exhibit 4, Chapter 9 and 10, the new business and capacity chapters, you'll find a request for funding and a strategy to meet those important goals. Our case also seeks the funding necessary to continue the safe operations of our gas system. All of this is to say that the general rate case, our case, is built around the work that is necessary for PG&E to continue to provide the service that our customers and communities demand. And I'll move forward. Our case requests a test year revenue requirement of $16.6 billion to support this work. This is an 8% increase compared to our 2026 adopted revenues and is the lowest increase PG&E has sought in a rate case for over a decade. On its own, we believe that the GRC request provides an average bill increase of about 3.5%. However, factoring other known quantities and not including potential for downward pressure on bills from load growth, we believe that customer bills in 2027 will be held flat to 2025 levels. The case also seeks attrition year increases from 2028 through 2030 of at 6.1%, which we would expect to increase customer bills by around 3.5% over that time period. Our approach to this case has been to limit our expense request and focus on investing in the assets and technology programs that will benefit California and our customers over the long term. I'll move to the next slide. This case is consistent with our wildfire mitigation plan and seeks the funding necessary to deploy mitigation programs that will reduce the chance of catastrophic wildfires occurring. Similarly, this case seeks to make sure that customers, being new business, residential, or other, can connect to the grid in a reasonable time and timely manner. And as noted previously, our request maintains the operation of our gas system as a dependable source of energy for Californians. I'll move forward. Of note in this case, our service territory is vast and diverse, and we recognize the benefit of focusing on the regional service model the Commission developed. We know that opening these communication lanes with our customers and communities allows us to represent the work that we provide on a day in and day out basis. As we continue to develop and mature our regional operations model, we will further meet customer demand at a local level. We look forward to continuing to develop and expand those relationships within our regional model. The general rate case proposes a significant amount of work that supports the employment of more than 29,000 PG&E employees and about 1,200 contract workers. Additionally, PG&E contracts with local and state businesses that further supports the employment and economic prosperity of Californians. This has been consistent for over 120 years, where PG&E has been a part of the growth of California, driving many of the foundational pillars for one of the world's top 5 economies. We know we have more work to do, and our general rate case seeks the requisite funding to do it. Next slide. Okay. Over the course of this presentation today, you will see these images, which represent our 2020 test year request at an exhibit level. This slide shows our overall request of $6.8 billion in expense, and you'll note that it is primarily distributed through electric distribution, people compensation and benefits, and our gas operations. The following slide is our capital request for test year 2027, which is $10.9 billion, and largely supports the continued installation and maintenance of our electric distribution and gas operations. I think Jamie touched on the schedule from the rate case plan, and we propose a schedule that's fully aligned with the Commission's own rate case plan. Major milestones on this path would see intervener testimony in Q4 of this year, rebuttal testimony at the end of January, hearings in late February 2026, and leading to a proposed and final decision in Q4 2026. We believe this schedule, which the Commission has adopted in the plan, it paves the way for a reasonable path to make sure the decision is reached in a timely manner and maintains the continuity of the Commission's framework that connects multiple proceedings and reports to the GRC, such as the CAVA, Climate Adaptation and Vulnerability Assessment, and RAMP, Risk Assessment and Mitigation Phase. The following slides are an overview of the 11 exhibits, which includes 104 chapters. Exhibit 1, the introduction, provides an overview of the case, including our priorities and objectives, including touching on our regional service model, which I discussed earlier. Exhibit 2, policy, has 2 chapters and presents safety, risk management, and climate in one consolidated location. Chapter 2 of this exhibit also speaks to PG&E's business planning and work prioritization. Exhibit 3, gas operations, describes the activities requested to continue the safe and reliable operations of our gas transmission, gas distribution, and gas storage assets. Exhibit 4, electric distribution, has 23 chapters and describes PG&E's approach to managing the work required to reduce risk, drive safety, and provide reliable power to our customers. Notably, this chapter seeks one of the 2 new balancing accounts in this case to account for the uncertainty around energization work. You'll find that in the new business chapter. Moving on. Exhibit 5, energy supply, supports PG&E's plan to manage its generating assets, including investing back into our hydroelectric facilities, which have long served California as a source of reliable and affordable energy. Exhibit 6, Customer and Enterprise Solutions, provides our request to support our regional service model, as well as services that will improve the overall customer experience. This also includes the gas and electric advanced metering infrastructure programs. Exhibit 7, Shared Services and Information Technology, requests the support for programs that enable service, including but not limited to safety and health, cybersecurity, records governance, emergency preparedness and response, sourcing, and risk management. Exhibit 8, our People exhibit, provides the request to support PG&E's California-based workforce. This exhibit proposes the second of the 2 of the new balancing accounts, seeking a mechanism to make sure that employees' medical benefits are fully funded. Exhibit 9, administrative in general, includes the request for corporate services, insurance, and other costs. Exhibit 10, results of operation, covers technical costs chapters such as depreciation and taxes. And Exhibit 11, post-test year rate making, covers PG&E's proposal for cost recovery for the nutrition years 2028 through 2030. The following two slides touch on some of the structural changes to the case from the 2023 general rate case. In general, the flow and feel is very similar. We took the opportunity to consolidate in Exhibit 2 policy. You'll note that we pooled safety, risk management, and climate into one chapter. Exhibit 3, gas operations, brought corrosion and leak management into its operations and management chapter. Similarly, in electric distribution, emergency preparedness and response and customer resiliency and support programs were moved out of that exhibit into others. Exhibit 5 notably had Diablo Canyon removed and is now part of a separate proceeding. Exhibit 6 changed its name and reorganized the customer and communication functional area. I'll move to the next slide, please. Exhibit 7 absorbed some of the changes previously talked about, such as emergency preparedness and response. It now includes PG&E Academy, which was previously in Exhibit 8. Exhibit 8 includes occupational and health, which came from shared services in the 2023 GRC. Exhibit 9, the strategy organization moved from electric distribution to administration in general. And Exhibit 10 now includes escalation rates, balancing accounts, and other chapters that were included in a general exhibit in the 2023 GRC, which was Exhibit 12 at that time. That completes my introduction to the case. I'll pause before I move on to Exhibit 2 and hand the ball to Jerry Callejas. Miles, I see your question in chat about the cost for Diablo Canyon. It's a good question. My understanding, and I'll follow up, is well, Diablo Canyon specifically, I think, is a little complicated given the treatment of those costs. I think it's different between how it was in the 2023 GRC and where it is now. So we'd have to do an assessment on that. And then I believe, as far as undergrounding, we just assessed the 2027 impact because that is what is being proposed in this case. Okay. Jerry, I'm going to go on mute and turn this over to you.
Good morning again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you again for allowing us to spend some time with you today and give you a little bit of insight into our 2027 GRC. I appreciate the time and would like to introduce myself. My name is Jerry Callejas. I am one of the case managers for the policy exhibit within the 2027 GRC. I will specifically speak to the safety policy, which, as in previous GRCs, opens our case. So please, next slide. As you can see, we have a combined chapter. In chapter 1, we address safety, risk, and climate resilience. Again, I'll be speaking to safety today. Please, next slide. Our safety policy chapter really embraces and opens our case by exhibiting what we consider one of the most important stands in our company, and that is everybody and everything is always safe. PG&E as a company is committed to protecting the health and the safety of all of our coworkers, including our assets and our general public. Everyone is important in our plan, and we want to be able to exhibit that by opening the case with this policy. Our commitment includes not just our processes, but the people that lead those processes, ensuring that we are reducing workplace injuries and illnesses, and that we increase safe operation of our assets and exposure to the public. In particular, in this part of our chapter, we use a framework called PG&E's Safety Excellence Management System Elements, otherwise known as PSEMs. There are 13 elements. These elements are specifically designed to help the rest of our organizations better manage our processes, assets, and all of the occupational health and safety elements to prevent injury and illness. We seek to continuously improve all of our processes by using this framework, and we continually provide that guidance to all of our organizations within the safety policy framework. I'll pause for questions before we move on to the other parts of this chapter. Hearing no questions, I'd like to pass on the next part of this chapter to my coworker, Hannah Keller. She will address the risk part of the policy chapter. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Jerry. Confirming you all can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. All right. Well, good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity today to give a quick overview of our risk management section of the Exhibit 2 policy chapter. My name is Hannah Keller, and I am the case manager for risk. Along with me today is Vincent Lowe, our senior manager of enterprise risk management policy and regulatory strategy. So I'll just dive in here. What you'll see for this GRC, one of our main updates is that we are going to be using the cost benefit approach. This was outlined in the risk OIR phase 2 decision. PG&E is the first utility to utilize the cost benefit ratio. That includes a standardized dollar valuation of safety, electric reliability, gas reliability, based on consequences from risk events. This provides a more transparent way for the IOUs to calculate risk and our risk reduction benefits. You will see in this GRC, we are showing a $31.5 billion in risk-related program expenditures. This will yield a cost-benefit ratio, or a CBR, of 9.8. Additionally, the Commission has recognized that CBRs are not the only consideration that is needed to select mitigation programs and strategies. PG&E utilizes a number of factors when selecting these programs to address our top risks in the company, such as prioritizing safety, using prudent operator judgment, any limitations or uncertainties around modeling that we have, and compliance obligations. And then lastly on this slide, you'll see we did receive a good amount of feedback from our 2024 RAMP proceeding, the Risk Assessment Mitigation Phase. Safety Policy Division, as well as other parties, provided feedback for our showing, and PG&E has responded to each one of those items of feedback in the chapter in Attachment D. We do appreciate the parties' review and feedback. We do believe that collaboration is the best method for analyzing our safety risk events and ultimately will result in a more robust approach for managing those risks in the future. All right, next slide. The second portion we wanted to highlight here is the ALJ ruling we received in late April. There were 4 items in that ruling, 3 of which PG&E has already complied with within the GRC filing on the 15th. And the third one we will be complying with by June 20th, as the ruling has stated, and we will serve that to our service list. So you see the 4 items here, one of which is conduct a risk evaluation using risk neutral linear scaling function and including CBRs. That has been provided as work paper 113 and you'll find in 116. The second item is to specify all applicable regulatory requirements used to justify risk mitigation projects or programs. You will find all applicable regulatory and compliance requirements for each risk mitigation program provided in the forecast chapter of that program. And I'll move down to the bottom one, the 4th, which is to remove risk tolerance as a justification for mitigation selections within testimony and work papers. And per this ruling, you will note the risk tolerance is not cited as a justification in PG&E's testimony. Again, we are looking at professional experience, expertise, prudent operator judgment, prioritizing safety, and employing, considering safety risks beyond just the CBR values. So the third one here, which we have not provided yet, you will see served to the service list by June 20th, is the disaggregated electric reliability cost calculations with risk adverse and risk neutral scaling functions. So we will be sending that out here by the 20th as required. All right, I will stop there for any questions or anything, Vincent, you may want to add. I do see a question in the chat from Chris. Is the GRC 31.5 billion in risk-related expenditures included in PG&E monthly bill forecasts through the end of the GRC period? Ken or Vincent, I may look to you to answer that question, or something we may need to take back.
So the 31.5 billion is for the GRC period, for the entire GRC period.
And also we have a question coming from Miles Gordon. Are costs incurred outside of the GRC, such as Diablo Canyon and upcoming EUP filing, factor into PG&E's assessment that bills will remain flat?
Jamie, Ken addressed that question earlier in his presentation.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. All right. Got it. And I saw a raised hand. Raise hand. Wait.
I think it's Marcel. I invite you to unmute yourself.
Marcel, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Marcel Haverger, on behalf of the Utility Reform Network. Just wondering whether you have a list of programs and whether there are any outliers of programs that have either unusually large or unusually small cost-benefit ratios.
So, Marcel, we provide a list of the programs with the associated cost-benefit ratios in our risk management work paper, Exhibit 2, Chapter 1, work paper 1-14, I believe.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
I think there's no more hands in chat.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you all for the time again today. And thank you, Vincent. I will hand it over to Danielle Adams to talk about our climate section. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Adams, and I will be sharing with you some information today about climate resilience here at PG&E. At PG&E, becoming climate resilient means that we are systematically accounting for the physical risks of climate change in how we plan, invest in, and operate the energy system on behalf of the communities we serve. We recognize climate change as a cross-cutting factor that increases the frequency and severity of many of the event-based risks in our corporate risk register. Since our last GRC, we have made climate risk-related improvements in our 2024 ramp through 3 fronts. First, the recency of the climate projection data used. Second, the granularity of the climate data incorporated into our modeling. And third, through the integration of a relationship between climate change and the degradation in asset health. Additionally, we submitted our very first climate adaptation and vulnerability assessment in 2024 and are applying those findings in the company's risk modeling. In this GRC, you can find climate-informed investments listed in our Exhibit 2, Chapter 1 work papers, 1-18 through 1-21. We also discuss in Exhibit 2, Chapter 1, our climate team's future areas of focus, some highlights of which I've included here, which are the development of our next climate adaptation and vulnerability assessment, which we will complete in 2027. Alignment of long-term risk assessments with near-term investments, and adopting the use of climate change projections across different aspects of utility planning. I will pause here for questions. Okay, hearing none, I will hand this off to Ken to discuss our business planning and execution here at PG&E.
Okay. Jamie or Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Exhibit 2, Chapter 2 covers PG&E's business planning and discusses our simple affordable model. Our simple affordable model seeks to drive consistent expense reduction and savings, connecting California using load growth and potential which could potentially cause a downward pressure on bills, and acquire the best financing opportunities available for more affordable long-term investments in the assets that support our energy system. So I'll discuss on the next slide. Our business planning deployment process is the process used to determine the scope and scale of work based on the needs of customers. I'll move to the slide 28, which is the RBPPF slide. As part of the planning process, we use the risk-based portfolio prioritization framework, or the RBPPF. This is a mechanism to incorporate risk-informed analysis into our company planning process. The RBPPF is used to tier work, for example, classifying as work as required for compliance for funding consideration. It also considers the benefit analysis that quantifies risk reduction, allowing for more visibility into prioritizing the right mix of work. I will pause there for questions on Exhibit 2, Chapter 2, which is business planning. Okay.
There's no questions.
Jamie, I believe we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I think as discussed this morning, what we do is we break until the next start time, which would be 10:40, if I have that correct.
Yeah. So are we? So you're saying we're ahead of schedule?
I believe we are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Okay, then we'll take a longer break before we start the next module.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll all return at 10:40 for gas operations. I believe that's the next presentation. Okay.
Yes, that'll be Jessica Campbell for gas operations. Thank
Okay,
you.
I will type in the screen, the back time.
Thank you, Jamie. Jamie, I'm doing a mic check.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you.
Might have here echo of myself. So we are at 10:40. We can start off with gas operations.
Okay. I would look to Jessica Campbell, who will be presenting this section.
Awesome. Thank you, Ken. Good morning. Just making sure you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. My name is Jessica Campbell, and I am the case manager for Exhibit 3, Gas Operations, and I'll be providing an overview of what you can expect to see in this exhibit. Next slide, please. Okay. Getting to our exhibit structure, Gas Operations exhibit in this GRC continues to contain both distribution, transmission, and storage. Chapters 4 through 7 cover our largest gas asset families, including distribution mains and services, our transmission pipe, storage, and facilities, which also includes both distribution and transmission. And then chapters 8 through 11 show a combination of work related to the distribution, transmission, and storage assets. Next slide. So a couple case highlights listed on this slide here are some of the key highlights in the gas exhibit. Two of our biggest highlights are related to our distribution and transmission pipe work, highlighted in the first two boxes at the top there. The first one, PG&E proposes 164 miles of distribution pipe replacement per year, and that's broken down by 139 miles of pre-1985 Adelaide plastic main and 25 miles of pre-1941 steel main pipe per year. Next, for our transmission, so we have 960 miles of pipeline that was made piggable that will be assessed as part of our traditional and non-traditional inline inspection program throughout the rate case period. And I'll go into a little more detail on that in the next couple slides. The other highlight I want to cover here is that PG&E plans to automate 40 valves on pipelines that enable a 30-minute or less gas isolation time, with priority given to those valves that provide emergency response on pipelines that complete isolation zones. So the valve automation program will result in approximately 309 miles of additional gas transmission pipelines that can be rapidly isolated through remote control valve technology by the end of this rate case cycle in 2030. We're also forecasting 600,000 locate and mark response calls, and this is to support our public safety by visually identifying and marking underground gas and electric facilities for all parties who plan to dig near those assets, and to reduce the likelihood of any third-party pipeline dig-ins. And then lastly, the other topic I want to cover is as part of the transmission definition change, we have 714 miles of transmission pipe that was reclassified to distribution. As part of the decision of the gas system planning rulemaking, PG&E's proposal was approved to update the definition of the transmission pipeline. And in this rate case, we provide specific forecasts for work on gas assets reclassified as distribution assets under the new definition, which does reflect a cost reduction. Okay, moving on to the next slide, I'll go over forecasts. Okay, on the next two slides here, you'll see our gas operations expense and capital forecast. Our total expense forecast is $1.1 billion, and that's broken out by $475 million for gas distribution and $630 million for gas transmission and storage. As you can see, transmission pipe, which is our chapter 5, it is in the orange piece there of the donut graph. In chapter 8, our gas operations and maintenance chapter, highlighted in the darker blue, are our biggest contributors in expense. And this work includes the inline inspection program and string testing that fall under chapter 5, but it also includes our compliance and corrective maintenance work that falls under chapter 8, such as our leak survey and leak repair programs, our corrosion program, locate and mark, emergency response, etc. Next slide. Okay, our total capital forecast is $2.2 billion for the test year for gas operations, and that's broken out by $1.36 billion for gas distribution and $891 million for GT&S, our gas transmission storage. Our biggest capital contributors is our chapter 4, which is our distribution mains and services asset family. That's highlighted in green there, which includes all of our distribution pipeline replacement program, and that replacement program encompasses about $742 million of that forecast. And then chapter 5, once again, our transmission pipe chapter, highlighted in orange there. Excuse me. A large portion of that is driven by the inline inspection work. And then lastly, chapter 6, our asset family for facilities, represented in the light blue, is primarily driven by our station rebuilds, which I'll speak to in more detail in the next couple slides. Next slide, please. Okay, getting into our top forecasted work proposed for expense. So a couple highlights here. As mentioned in the prior slides for inline inspection, we have 960 miles that was made piggable, and those miles will have assessments due in the 2027 rate case period. For inline inspection, or ILI, there's a forecast of 89.6 million, and there's two parts. So we have our traditional ILI and our non-traditional ILI, but the primary driver here is the traditional method. Traditional ILI runs forecast is driven by completion of ILI reassessments within 7 years per CFR 49 subpart O, and first-time assessments of pipelines that will have recently been upgraded. Therefore, increasing our overall forecast of assessment runs to meet compliance by 44% from 24 to 2027. We also saw an increase in ILI direct exam and repair program as a result of the ILI runs data analysis. This program has a forecast of $64.3 million, and the program cost increase is due to a higher number of forecasted anomalies due to an increase in the number of expected ILI runs and new tools that are being used for both the traditional and non-traditional programs. This remediation effort does provide preventative repair and mitigation of anomalies before they result in any pipeline leak or rupture. In chapter 5, in this exhibit, which is our transmission pipe chapter, does go into more detail about the different phases, as well as the methods of inline inspection. The other program here is our TIMP, so our Transmission Integrity Management Program strength testing. PG&E is proposing a forecast of $77.1 million for the test year, and it's again highlighted in chapter 5 of our exhibit, but I will go into more detail about that in the next couple slides. And then lastly, locate and mark, we're proposing a forecast for $64.5 million for the test year, and which includes the 600,000 response calls for the full rate case cycle that I mentioned earlier that can be found in chapter 8. Next slide, I'll go through the capital top forecasted work. So our top forecasted work proposed in capital is the plastic pipe replacement program and reliability main replacement program that are both discussed in our distribution chapter, which is chapter 4. That has a combined forecast of $742 million, as I mentioned earlier. The gas distribution capital main pipe replacement programs will have a steady state on units between the 23 GRC and the 2027 GRC. However, we did see an increase in unit costs, and that's primarily driven by an increase in the overheads associated with each unit, increased costs for paving as well as restoration activities, an increase in costs for sewer lateral inspections. PG&E is forecasting for the entire rate case period to replace 100 miles of pre-1941 distribution steel pipe, 556 miles of Adelaide plastic pipe, and 120 miles of additional distribution pipe. And this proposed rate of replacement does keep up the pace where PG&E can address any potential pipeline failure rates while still maintaining costs and resources to mitigate risk. Next is our ILI upgrades, which has a forecast of $124.4 million in 2027. ILI upgrades modify the existing pipeline system to accommodate an ILI tool. And in this rate case, we're forecasting 4 upgrades per year, which is the same number adopted in the 2023 GRC to make 65% of the transmission system piggable by 2038. The increase in program costs here is because in 2024, we were only able to upgrade 1 unit that year, and that's not representative of the typical program pace that was adopted in the 23 GRC. We did have 1 upgrade that was canceled due to inline was operating at less than 20% SMICE, making it suitable candidate for down rating as part of our transmission definition update and initiative. Well reworks. So this is captured in Chapter 7, which is our gas storage chapter, and that has a forecast of $78.9 million in 2027. This program is compliance driven, as its purpose is to mitigate single point of failures in accordance with CalGen regulations, as well as assess the conditions of a well per state and federal regulations and to perform corrective work. This forecast includes completing 60 planned rework projects, as well as 20 emergent projects over the entire rate case period. And then lastly, we also have the complex station rebuilds with a forecast of $54.7 million. And the purpose of this program is to decrease the likelihood of outages on the gas transmission system and overpressure events. And this forecast includes 6 complex stations, which is the same pace adopted in the 23 GRC. Next slide, please. Okay, so some key cost changes and expense. So in 2024, PG&E recorded $857 million in expense, and our 2027 forecast is $1.1 billion, which is an increase of $248 million. The key distribution drivers contributing to that expense increase are our alternative energy program, as well as our cross-border program. So alternative energy program, or AEP, is ramping up, and based on the 23 GRC decision that supports and encourages program growth. AEP essentially provides incentive payments to gas customers to convert their gas service to non-pipe alternatives, primarily electric, which avoids continued gas and asset spending on upgrades, replacements, operations, and maintenance. And in this rate case, AEP has set a target of 180 meter conversions. And then for cross-bore, we do see a $14.3 million increase. This program consists of inspections and repair of our gas facilities inadvertently installed in wastewater or storm drain facilities to help mitigate risk of any potential gas leak into the sewer system if damaged. And you can see an example of that on the picture on the slide. The increase there is primarily driven by our increased contract costs, but the number of units forecasted is to maintain a steady state volume, similar to what was adopted in the 23 rate case. Okay, next slide, I will talk about the key transmission drivers contributing to that $248 million increase. So several factors contributing here, but the primary transmission drivers are the inline inspection and strength testing. Inline inspection had an increase of $72.9 million in the forecast, which I talked about a little earlier in the prior slides. And then strength testing is the second largest transmission expense driver by $49.5 million. The total expense forecast is $77 million for 2027. And the drivers contributing to the increases are due to higher volume of time-dependent threats, previously tested unstable threats, and interactive threats due in the 2027 through 2030 time period, as well as higher forecasts due to the inclusion of MAOP flags on the distribution supply line routes and non-pipe MAOP design flags. We also have a 30% increase over historical average to support a larger asset base of LNG, CNG mobile equipment. And just overall, the strength test program is to help reduce risk of any severe leaks or catastrophic ruptures, ensure compliance with our federal regulations, which is Subpart O, and avoid reliance on less effective and more costly assessment methods to continually support gas service during outages through portable LNG, CNG, which ultimately minimizes customer disruptions. The other drivers, such as integrity inspections, station preventative and corrective maintenance, direct current interference, amount to approximately $30 million increase, and those details can be found in their respective chapters of this exhibit that's noted on the slide here. Okay, next slide. I'll go into the key cost changes for capital. So in 2024, our recorded capital expenditure was $1.7 billion, and our 2027 forecast is $2.2 billion, which is a $480 million increase. The key distribution drivers contributing to the capital increase are primarily the distribution pipeline replacement program and the meter protection program. The interference mitigation program also had a small impact to the overall capital increase, and more details can be found there in Chapter 8, which is our O&M chapter. But the largest driver is the distribution pipeline replacement program that I discussed earlier, with an increase of $343 million. And then our second largest driver is meter protection program, with an increase of $73.5 million. And the increase there is due to an increase in units that now include meter protection post installation. In 2024, that was the first year that PG&E installed meter protection posts, and it was captured as capital work. And it reflects how the work will be completed in the 2027 GRC. So the forecast for this rate case is a combination of service relocation and replacements, as well as installing meter protection posts or bollards, with a target of clearing our pending units by 2034. This amounts to approximately 72,000 meter protection units and 107 service replacement units per year. For transmission on the next slide. Okay, and the key transmission drivers contributing to the capital increase are the ILI upgrades, compressor replacements, terminal upgrades, casing mitigation, shallow and exposed pipe programs. I talked about the ILI upgrades already, but the next largest driver is the compressor replacement program, which had an increase of $28.5 million due to the allocation for construction at Los Medanos that was delayed due to the GO 177 rule, as well as some material procurement for TOPOC. The program is necessary to manage end of life of compressors, as well as other drivers such as change in environmental regulatory requirements, safety and reliability issues, as well as obsolescence management. If this work is not performed and a failure on old unit occurs, the station may be rendered inoperable, and this can subsequently adversely impact gas system operations through loss of operating reliability and flexibility, and potentially prevent PG&E to meet its obligation to serve. Equipment-related failures can also result in safety risks as well as station damage. Next, we have terminal upgrades. So this program has an increase of $25.8 million due to construction costs for the Brentwood terminal rebuild. In the past, only engineering costs were accounted for at the time, and this work is needed to address equipment aging and obsolescence at gas terminals. Terminals are critical hubs that, if out of service, could lead to major and widespread customer outages. And the Brentwood terminal is a key withdrawal point for the McDonald Island gas storage and a critical hub that serves the Bay Area. Further details on this one can be found in Chapter 6, which is our facilities chapter in this exhibit. And then we also have the casing mitigation program discussed in Chapter 5. Did see an increase of $21.6 million due to a higher rate of contacted casings being found, doubling the annual project volume from approximately 9 to 18 projects per year. This program essentially mitigates external corrosion risks on cased pipeline segments, prevents leaks, ruptures, and ensures compliance with 49 CFR. And then lastly, our shallow and exposed pipe. So this program increased by $18.9 million due to the increased California State Lands Commission, or CSLC, which required mitigations for shallow and exposed pipe to adhere to lease agreements. This program does enhance system safety and reliability by identifying and evaluating erosion, third-party damage threats, and other hazards to buried pipeline installations located under waterways and within the levee structures. It also ensures compliance with federal regulations and specific requirements of lease agreements PG&E has with the California State Lands Commission with respect to the jurisdictional water crossings. Okay, next slide. I think I'm almost done here. Okay, so on this slide, I will cover two notable proposals in the gas operations exhibit. The first one is that PG&E is seeking approval to our updated peak day supply standard analysis, our inventory management and reserve capacity proposals, and our core firm storage program allocation proposal that's described in Chapter 9 of this exhibit, which is our gas system operations and natural gas storage strategy chapter. So for peak day supply standard, as part of the 23 GRC decision, the commission ordered PG&E to resubmit its peak day supply standard analysis to ensure its demand and supply scenarios reflect the latest system conditions. The analysis determines the appropriate level of PG&E gas supply capacity is needed to meet expected demand on a peak winter day. The application is still under review. In the meantime, PG&E filed an advice letter that was accepted in March of last year that established the core firm storage firm withdrawal rights until the supply standard application is approved. And then for our inventory management reserve capacity proposals, so inventory management has successfully reduced the number of operational flow orders in the PG&E system, and the conditions that would lead to potential outages on the gas system and regulatory uncertainties have not changed since the 2019 GT&S case. So therefore, PG&E is proposing no changes to the firm services inventory management and reserve capacity from the 23 GRC decision. And then lastly, on this proposal here, the core firm storage allocation program for gas supply is allocated as a fixed withdrawal rate during peak winter months, with regulatory uncertainty involving CalGEM to support the level of core deliverability and the inventory associated with it for the duration of the peak winter months. PG&E is proposing to change the core firm storage rights from a fixed to a variable withdrawal curve. So that covers the proposal covered in Chapter 9. And then the second proposal here is that PG&E requests to discontinue the annual reporting requirements for the Gas Pipeline Replacement Program Annual Progress Report to the Safety Enforcement Division, which is included in our Chapter 4, our Distribution Mains and Services chapter. So this report is submitted pursuant to the 1987 GRC decision and essentially provides a summary of cast iron pre-1941, steel distribution mains replaced, miles retired, copper services replaced, main deactivated, as well as repaired leaks per mile. And then in 2017, PG&E also started including a summary of the cross-bore inspections. And so since the 1987 and the 2017 timeframe, additional compliance reporting requirements have been adopted, such as our safety performance metric reports, our leak abatement OIR, our risk spending accountability report, as well as our annual gas safety plan, which essentially provides similar information to the nature of this report. So therefore, we are asking that it be discontinued. Okay, and then I believe the next slide is the last slide. So other requests, gas operations has a number of cost recovery mechanisms, including memorandum and balancing accounts. We have 2 accounts we're requesting to continue with modifications. 6 accounts we're requesting to discontinue, and 4 accounts we're requesting to be continued as is. So for modifications, we're proposing modifications to the gas storage balancing account, as well as the alternative energy program balancing account. For the storage balancing account, so this was originally requested and adopted in the 2019 GT&S case, and the continuation of it was approved in the last case in the 23 GRC. But PG&E is proposing to continue the balancing account based on the uncertainties regarding the gas storage regulations, costs and well rework, but also requesting that the commission allow PG&E to present the annual resolution via a Tier 2 advice letter rather than through a rate recovery application. And the advice letter would still provide the actual costs compared to adopted over under collection and allow an opportunity for review of the recorded costs. And then the other balancing account, as mentioned, requesting to be modified is the AEPBA, the Alternative Energy Program Balancing Account. So per the 23 GRC decision, AEPBA is subject to a one-way balancing account to track the adopted expenses and any additional expenses or capital expenditures funding diverted from other gas programs. PG&E is actually requesting to establish a new electric preliminary statement to recover electrification behind the meter costs as a regulatory asset with a full rate of return. And PG&E proposes this treatment amortization of the cost in rates over 15 years. And then the ones we plan on retaining and closing are listed there on the slide. So we plan to close the TIMP memorandum account, our internal corrosion balancing account, our gas transmission new business, our new environmental regulations balancing account. line 407 memorandum account, as well as our gas distribution new business. And then we plan to retain our GSRRMA, our transmission integrity management program balancing account, our inline inspection balancing account, and lastly, our gas research development and deployment balancing account. With that, that concludes my presentation of the gas exhibit. So I will open it up to questions now. Thank you.
And we have an immediate question from ALJ Larson.
Yes. Is it Camel? You mentioned that there's an increase in the alternative energy program. And can you describe what that's attributed to? For example, or how those arise? And secondly, can you speak to what outreach PG&E plans to perform to publicize the incentives that may impact these conversions? For example, I note that there's a program called the Smart Homes Program, and I'm wondering what the relationship is between that and the alternative energy program.
Yeah, what I can provide you is that in the last 2 years, from 23 to 25, we have converted 19 customers so far. And we are slowly expanding the alternative energy program with the goal of converting 180 total by the end of the rate case. And then in the process, we're onboarding additional support for customer outreach to increase those conversions. But further details on the actual program and the smart meters we'll have to take back to the program owners.
Okay.
Okay. So in the chat, we have a question from Marcel, and it was responded by Ken, but let me read it out. Marcel asks, will PG&E coordinate its DIMP modeling results and plan distribution mains replacement with the mapping being done pursuant to Senate Bill 1221 in Resolution 2409012? Ken Arnold of PG&E responded, 2027 GRC main replacement forecast was developed independent of SB 1221. DIMP modeling process remains the same in accordance to 49 CFR 192 subpart P. But we are coordinating to inform the mapping with our risk modeling results. So Marcel, does that answer your question?
Thank you very much. That's sufficient for now.
Okay, all right, good.
Thank you, Marcel. Judge Larson, I would like to say we're going to try and follow up on your question after lunch as well to provide a little bit more context.
Okay, thank you.
And Carlos has a raised hand.
You have it on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, in terms of the alternative energy program, does that only recover full conversions? So like 100% conversion from gas to electric, or might it also include, for instance, someone who just wants to, swap out their gas furnace to an electric furnace, that kind of thing? Maybe a little more detail if possible. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I believe that program focuses on full conversions, but I will confirm that during lunch and get back to you.
Okay, so 180, but so there's 180 planned, but we don't know if it's full conversions. It sounds like it might be, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, but I guess the bigger question would be like, what else might that balancing account include in terms of these other programs, potentially, again, just, partial conversions? That would be helpful to understand as well. So, so thank you. Yeah.
Okay, We have no more questions.
I'm sorry, just one last question, Carlos Velasquez again.
Of course.
And so the GRC application included, rate impacts and bill impacts for the GRC cycle. Is the forecast going to be basically, are we assuming a constant forecast that goes into calculating the bill impacts for the duration of the GRC cycle? Or is there some kind of, built-in change to the forecast that is used to calculate the bill impacts for this GRC cycle? Do we know that?
I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, sorry, Jessica, trying to get off mute there. So if I heard the question, it was how do we the bill analysis that we provide in the application within the case? Are you asking if there's an add? Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously the forecast over the course of the GRC cycle could potentially change for residential customers in terms of the average usage that you folks use to calculate an average bill. And so I'm just wondering if there's any adjustment for the entirety of the 4-year cycle to that forecast, or if it's just assumed to be a constant, 32 therms or whatever it is that is used to calculate the bill impact.
Oh, specifically to the overall therms. I believe, Jessica, I don't know if you know offhand. I don't want to venture a guess. My answer was going to be the bill impact was consistent to the GRC as in isolation. No, I'm kind of looking at a note past me here that the answer to your question would be no. It's considered flat.
Okay. And so I take it also then that the procurement rate is also probably considered flat too. There's no adjustment to it, right?
Is the procurement rate considered flat as well? I think we're gonna have to follow up on that one, Carlos. I just don't want to be. I don't be.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I got it.
Okay. No more questions.
Okay. Jessica, I'll do the transition. I think next we have our electric distribution case manager. It's going to be Shannon Yuen who will be presenting. And I am going to take a second to turn off my volume so there's no echo. 1 second.
All right, let me test. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Shannon Yuen, the Exhibit 4 case manager from PG&E. I'm going to provide you an overview of our 2027 GRC request for Exhibit 4 electric distributions. Next slide, please. In this GRC, Exhibit 4 has a total of 23 chapters. In this and the next slide, you will see the complete list of these chapters and their sponsor witnesses. The first 3 chapters, 1, 2, and 3, are actually our policies, forecasts, and risk summary chapters, whereas chapter 4 through 23 are our forecast chapters for works for electric distribution system and infrastructures. Next slide, please. I'll pause for a second. Oh, that's okay. All right. In this GRC, we continue to address risks and improve services to our customers through our electric distribution systems. And here are some highlights of the work that we plan to do in this GRC rate case period. More information of these work will be provided and covered in subsequent slides. I'll pause for a second for you to take a look, and then we can move on to the next slide. And this is our summary slide for our 2027 request. This is our expense request slide, and then next slide you will see the capital request. For test year 2027, we are requesting a total of 2.1 billion expense costs for electric distributions. As you can see, close to half of our request, which is about $1 billion, is for vegetation management work discussed in Chapter 8 of our Exhibit 4. On a high level, vegetation management work activities fulfill regulatory requirements and directly support public safety, service reliability, and regulatory compliance through managing vegetation near PG&E's electric distribution facilities. A couple other notable expense proposal includes overhead maintenance and poles discussed in Chapter 15, as well as electric emergency recovery discussed in Chapter 11. Chapter 15 covers the overhead maintenance of non-pole overhead electric distribution facility and all distribution poles. And Chapter 11 covers the emergency responses we perform to restore services during emergency events or situation. And this chapter excludes state declared SEMA events. Next slide, please. Here is our 2027 capital request for electric distributions. We're requesting $6.7 billion for the year of 2027. Of that, the chapters with the highest request are Chapter 15, that we have discussed previously in expense slide, Chapter 10, new business and work requested by others, and Chapter 7, welfare system hardening. In a nutshell, Chapter 10 covers all the new business or services requested by our customers, as well as relocation and upgrades of PG&E's existing electric facilities at the request of customers and our governmental agencies. Chapter 7 covers the system hardening program that includes overhead hardening, undergrounding, line removal and remote grid, as well as integrated planning tool development. Next slide, please. Here's a slide of our key cost changes in 2027 from our 2024 recorded expense. As mentioned in previous slide, in 2027, we're requesting a total expense forecast of $2.1 billion. This is a decrease of about $419 million from our 2024 reported cost. The key drivers for the chapters are vegetation management and emergency responses. The vegetation management contributes to about $297 million of the expense forecast reductions, primarily driven by operational efficiencies, such as incorporating vegetation management activities into routine and our hazard patrols, and the impact of PG&E's undergrounding activities. For more detailed discussions, please refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 8 testimony. The next areas that drives our forecast decrease is in the emergency response area, contribute to about $129 million of the forecast decrease, primarily driven by 2024 being a year that we have recorded much higher major emergency event costs as compared to our historical average, which is the basis for our major emergency forecast methodology. For more detailed discussions, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 11 testimony. These forecast decreases are also offset by some increases in some other programs in our electric distribution expense forecast. One of them being overhead asset maintenance, with a $115 million forecast increase, which is aimed to address PG&E's maintenance backlog in both the high fire threat district and non-high fire threat district area at an accelerated rate of approximately 95,000 electric compliance or EC maintenance units per year, starting in 2027. For more details, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 15 testimony. Lastly, another areas that we have an expense forecast increase is our wildfire operational mitigations area, about 71 million forecast increase, which is aimed to address wildfire risk to reduce ignitions by implementing mitigations designed to minimize the likelihood of our catastrophic wildfire, while also maintaining the reliability and electric systems and limiting disruptions to customers arising from our wildfire mitigation efforts. For more details, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 4, 5, 6, 7, 18, and 21 testimony. Also, I want to also mention that the third areas of forecast increase, the overhead asset maintenance that you see, contribute to and is a subset of the 800,000 maintenance unit tag to be closed by 2030 that you have previously seen in slide 44. Next slide, please. And here is the slide that highlights the capital expenditure forecast increase. In 2027, as mentioned, we're forecasting about $6.7 billion of capital expenditures, which is an increase of close to $1.4 billion of capital expenditure as compared to our 2024 recorded cost. Of that, the primary drivers is in our overhead maintenance and poles, substation asset management, distribution line and substation capacity areas, offset by a couple other programs that we expect to see capital forecast decrease. And to provide a little bit more context, in the overhead maintenance and poles areas, we are expecting a $1 billion increase of capital expenditure forecast in the test year of 2027, primarily to address PG&E's maintenance backlog in both the HFTD and non-HFTD at an accelerated rates of 80,000 to 92,000 capital EC maintenance units per year from 2027 to 2029. This includes closing all overdue EC notifications and achieving a steady state for our HFTD, HFRA areas by the end of 2029. Also to note that this tech clearance work will require a significant increase in pole replacement between 2027 to 2030. With just 2027 alone, an additional 28,000 pole replacement as compared to 2024, which is a over 150% increase as compared to 2024. For more details, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 15 testimony. And one last point to bring up, this capital overhead asset maintenance work, together with the expense overhead asset maintenance work that we have mentioned in the previous slide, largely contributes to and is a subset of the 800,000 maintenance tag that we aim to close by the end of 2023, which again was shared with you earlier in slide 44. And the pole replacement work that we just described here represent majority of the 200,000 pole replacement and reinforcement work highlighted in the earlier slide or slide 44. And to move on, the next primary driver for the capital expenditure forecast is the substation asset management, contributes to about 223 million forecast increase as compared to our 2024 actual spend. This increase is to address the increasing need to replace a growing populations of aging substation equipment that are at the end of their life cycle to ensure safe and reliable service. For more details, you may refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 18 testimony. The last primary driver of the forecast increase is in our distribution line and substation capacity area, contributes to about $217 million of our forecast increase, which is aimed to address the increasing capacity demand tied to new business customers' connections and electric vehicles. For more details, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 9 testimony. In addition to the forecast increase, we do expect to see some forecast decrease in some of the program. A couple programs to highlight are grid technology, which contributes to $49 million of forecast decrease as compared to 2024. And the primary reason is because we are completing the Advanced Distribution Management System project and moving to the development of applications that supports the ADMS. For more details, you may refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 22 testimony. And the last area to mention is our emergency response area, which contributes to $51 million of forecast decrease in 2027. And the primary reason is because we are expecting that on an average level that we will have a lower forecast need for these emergency response as to compare to our 2024 actual, which is a unusually high spend year with a lot of major emergency events and recorded costs. Next slide, please. All right. Up to this point, a lot of cost information and numbers were provided. And starting in this slide, cost aside, I would like to highlight notable proposal for electric distribution in this rate case cycle for you. One being our request of a new balancing account for our new business activities. This new two-way balancing account is to record and track the difference between the adopted and actual capital expenditure for the new business capital program. In this GRC rate case period, we expect significant increase in new customer connections demand, primarily driven by the demand that we expect to see from customers in prior years, and also driven by California's electrification policy and the Powering Up California Act. We are forecasting over 16,000 new business connections annually through 2030, which is also something we highlighted in the previous slide, or slide 44. As PG&E is required to fulfill the statutory obligation to serve customers and meet energization timelines, this new two-way balancing account will ensure PG&E's ability to do so with adequate funding, even when the actual volumes of customer demand differs from our current forecast. And this two-way balancing account will also make sure any unspent funds will be returned to customer promptly. Next slide, please. The next proposal is the 4 kV conversion project, which is to address the same electrification load growth that we expect to see in California. The 4 kV conversion project upgrades and modernize PG&E's lower voltage distribution system, or the 4 kV, to a higher voltage system in the Bay Area and Peninsula, based on a 15 to 20 years time frame. The existing 4 kV systems are of the oldest system in PG&E's service territory and can only accommodate 1/3 of the load that a 12 kV circuits can, and only 1/5 of the load of a 21 kV circuit. And if not upgraded at all, our existing 4 kV areas will remain island when our customers submit an application for service upgrade, which will require us to extend to high voltage circuits nearby, one customer at a time, which is a very ineffective, inefficient process. And therefore, we believe that it's very critical for these voltage conversion to take place to enable PG&E to provide an effective electric system with sufficient capacity to meet the state decarbonization goal and our customer demand promptly. Next slide, please. The next proposal, just similar to the last two proposals, is also to address our customer demand and load growth. This is a new program called Capacity Bridging Solutions, which is a program and solution that we propose to address the customer demand and load growth that we expect to see in California. This Capacity Bridge Solution program will ensure prompt new customer connections. What it does is that it utilizes the redeployable battery energy storage system, or the BESS, connected to the distribution system that will allow our customer to receive service while waiting for a permanent capacity upgrade solution to be completed. This way would allow our customers to receive service sooner than the permanent solution in service date, while preventing overload on existing infrastructure due to the new load. This program is also critical to ensure prompt new customer connections to the electric distribution system, prompt service upgrade for existing customer to meet the state decarbonization goal. Next slide, please. While it's important to ensure we meet customer demand and state energization goal, it is just as important to us that we continue to be funded for our wildfire safety work. This next proposal to highlight is the underground system hardening program. In this GRC period, PG&E requests an 1 year only underground cost for 2027 to underground 307 miles to ensure that we have continuity of the undergrounding program while the electrical undergrounding plan, or the EUP guidelines, are completely final. PG&E also proposes an annual extension process to continue funding for the undergrounding consistent with the wildfire mitigation commitments if the EUP is further delayed. The primary reason for this, what we quote unquote call the bridging request for the undergrounding program, is because not all EUP related guidelines are finalized and issued, and this 2027 funding request in this GRC will ensure that there will be no gap in funding for this essential wildfire mitigation program. Undergrounding is key to executing on our comprehensive strategy to reduce ignitions while also maintaining the reliability of the electric system. Next slide, please. In addition to our many active efforts to mitigate wildfire risk, like the system hardening program, we also strive to enhance customer experience while mitigating wildfire risk. In this GRC, we're proposing to expand our customer battery program to achieve this goal. This customer battery program offers a portfolio of battery program for customers impacted by the PSPS and EPSS outages, including rebates and direct install programs for both portable and permanent batteries, with a particular focus on low-income, medical baseline, and access and functional needed customers. PG&E proposed to increase affordability for all customers by expanding lower cost rebate program and transitioning it to a direct install permanent battery program to a utility-owned model, or what we call the new Customer Battery Infrastructure CBI program. We believe this will drive up over 50% expense cost reductions for this program in the attrition years. Overall, we believe by expanding this customer battery program, we'll be able to allow us to serve an additional 50,000 customers experiencing PSPS and or EPSS outages through 2030. All in all, we believe this customer battery program proposal better supports our customers, especially during outages, while ensuring wildfire safety. Next slide, please. Besides addressing customer demand and wildfire safety, we also continue our grid modernization journey in this GRC rate case period. In particular, we propose the Advanced Distribution Application Program and the Distributed Energy Resources Management System, or the DERMS. The Advanced Distribution Application Program, which is a new program, will continue the investment in grid management technology and provide secure, affordable, reliable, and resilient electricity, and will enable continued gains for clean energy technology. On the other hand, the Distributed Energy Resource Management System capabilities will focus on maturing operational flexibilities while managing technical and programmatic complexities of distributed energy resources. Allowing PG&E to build out these modern platforms and tools will ensure we have a modernized and decarbonized grid for the electrified future. Next slide. This is our proposal to address some other safety. This is in particular for the overhead maintenance and pole replacement tax areas that we are aimed to perform work at an accelerated rate. You might have remembered seeing discussions on this program in earlier slides. To recap and summarize again, in this rate case, PG&E requests to accelerate addressing the maintenance tap work in both the HFTD, HFRA, as well as non-HFTD, non-HFRA at a rate of 180,000 to 190,000 EC maintenance units per year from 2027 to 2029. This includes both our expense maintenance units as well as our capital maintenance units. By 2030, we plan to close out a total of 800,000 maintenance unit tag. This also includes replacing close to 200,000 poles or pole reinforcement by 2030. One of the key drivers of the large volume of tag work is due to the enhanced detailed inspection program implemented in 2020 to improve and address wildfire safety. This has increased the scope and the frequency of our overhead asset inspection process which resulted in a significant increase of our EC notification required corrections. Additionally, this accelerated work that we're proposing in this GRC is consistent with PG&E's commitment in the 2026 to 2028 WMP, which we aim to work down our EC notification in HFTD and HFRA areas based on a risk prioritizations. We believe that closing out all the past due notifications in HFTD and HFRA area will help bring us back to compliance with General Order 95 by the end of 2029. We believe this is crucial work that we accelerate to complete this to ensure compliance, public safety, including welfare safety, employee safety, and reliability. Next slide. In addition to critical notable proposals, we also have some specific requests in this rate case for electric distributions, one being in the post-test year attrition adjustment area. PG&E requests specific attrition adjustment for the following program with targeted spend trajectory necessary to achieve the strategies, commitments, and regulatory requirements. Most of these programs have been briefly discussed in previous slides, but if you need more details, please refer to the respective chapter testimony that are listed in the table on the slide. In short, we believe that there is need to provide specific funding as we requested for these programs because these programs don't follow the simple or universal escalation and would not be appropriate if those simple or universal escalation rates are applied to them. But again, for more details, you can refer to the testimony for more detailed discussions and explanations. Next slide. Lastly, we are also proposing some modifications to our balancing or memorandum account. The first one we have discussed with you earlier, which is our new business balancing accounts. That, to recap, is aimed to be able to be established to address and report and track the difference between the adopted and capital expenditure for the new business capital program. We believe this new two-way balancing account will ensure PG&E return unspent funds to customer promptly and also have the needed fund to complete prompt energization consistent with state law and the commission set average and maximum energization timelines, and as well as to promptly address customer demand. We are also proposing modification to our vegetation management balancing account, where we request to modify it to allow recording of capital expenditures to the VMBA for technology, software, and our hardware costs. For more details, you can refer to Exhibit 4, Chapter 8 for discussions. Lastly, we're also proposing to close 3 of our memorandum accounts upon conclusions of the recent review with the commissions. These accounts are electric capacity and new business interim memorandum accounts, microgrid memorandum account, and ABA 41 memorandum account. With this, it concludes my presentation today for the 2027 GRC Exhibit 4 electric distribution. And thank you for your time.
Okay, we have some activities in the chat. So let me, let's let ALJ Larson speak first. You have a question. You are muted. Oh.
Okay, yeah, got it. Okay, yeah. Does PG&E have plans for integrating costs in programs such as the electrical undergrounding program in the future and the electrical capacity and new business memorandum account and other memorandum accounts holistically so that all programs impacting rates can be viewed holistically or together? So that we basically have a overview, big picture of all the accounts and not just looking at things, the GRC, but then also these separate accounts. Do you understand the question?
I understand the questions. I am pausing to think if we actually have any plan I'll ask Ken to chime in.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Okay, Judge Larson. So I think our view is complete for now on what we're as bill impact. I think the only exception is undergrounding in our attrition years.
Okay. Do you show anywhere in the application the different programs and how they do affect rates, or you're saying it's complete now? Do you have anywhere in the application where you sort of summarize all the different programs that have the biggest impact on rates?
I don't believe we do in the application. I maybe one example here is the new business chapter I think Shannon talked about provides a forecast with a proposed balancing account, but also provides an alternate forecast that may, should the balancing account not be approved, there's an alternate forecast associated with that. So I think our bill impact analysis is just representative of the case at the time of filing, although the case itself provides explanations on where there are alternatives. Is that helpful? I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit. I mean, it just seems like there could be we could use some more information that integrates the different programs or show how the costs of one program, even such things as like the ERA program, which I noted that someone said there was a 6% decrease in the ERA impacts, but I'm not sure if that's reflected in the application.
Understood, and I'm not sure that is, but I will take that one for another follow-up, Judge Larson, and see what's available to us for further analysis.
Yeah, and we can continue this, at the PCH, just ways to integrate this information.
Helpful as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so Ken responded to Carlos' earlier question about the bill impact, and Ken's response is consistent with prior GRCs. The required bill impact is presented constant for all other cases, procurement, sales, etc., with the exception of the present GRC requests. Okay, so that's the response to Carlos. And we have a question from Marcel regarding page 47 of the slide. Is the reduction in emergency response is offset by increase in major emergency causes included in some other exhibits? So does PG&E have an answer for that? Marcel.
All right, trying to get a mute. All right, the answer is I'm not 100% sure. I don't believe so, to answer the questions. Because this is really comparing our forecast to our actuals. And so it's a standalone forecast development of that program alone and compared to the actual spend for that program. I don't think it's offset in other exhibits.
Okay, thank you. And Marcel, if you have further question, please type in the chat. And we have a question from Gabriel and also someone else asking what is EC, and I believe EC stands for electric corrective. Usually means the work orders to resolve issues with electric system. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. And we have a question from Chris Park. Does PG&E provide forecast monthly bill impact for expected wildfire mitigation for attrition year? And Ken said that Chris will, I will get back to you.
Yeah, I think we'll have to get back to Chris.
Okay, and we have a question from Jennifer from SBUA. Are the new business connections broken down by customer class or just present in a lump? 16,000 number?
I would suggest you to refer to the testimony of Exhibit 4, Chapter 10. Off the top of my head, but I wouldn't want you to quote it. I think it is, but I would again suggest you to confirm it by referring to our Exhibit 4, Chapter 10 testimony, which will have all the details, as well as our work paper.
Okay, got it. And we have a question from John Cortez. When planning for undergrounding, does PG&E consider future capacity upgrades or just underground's current wiring?
That's a really good question. I think, again, I would suggest to take a look at our Exhibit 4, Chapter 7, System Hardening Testimony. And if you don't feel like you can find the answers there, would suggest you to submit a data request so we can provide you a complete and prompt response.
Okay, great. And I have no more questions from the chat or see any raised hand. Okay, we have a question coming from Suzanne Thompson. When does PG&E plan to submit a AA4 application?
The underground. Right now, it's
So that way.
end of year.
Okay, right now we're projecting about Q4 of this year, but can still subject to change.
Okay. Okay, I have no more question for now.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the time. Okay, now the time is 10:46. We are right at lunchtime. We'll come back at 1 p.m. So I'll put on the screen here that we'll come back at 1 p.m.
Perfect. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay.
Just this one.
Hi, welcome back from lunch. The time now is 1 o'clock. We'll start with the exhibit number 5, energy supply.
Hi, Jamie and Jason, before we start, would it be acceptable to have Jessica step in to respond to Judge Larson's comment on a follow-up?
No problem, yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Jessica.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Apologies, there's a delay in my videos. Okay, so during the 2023 GRC cycle, PG&E, as mentioned earlier, was able to convert 19 customers to date for the alternative energy program, and the program is ramping up by onboarding contractors to support process development with growth strategy in mind and onboarding additional support for customer outreach to increase the number of conversions. That customer outreach includes mailers and flyers to customers within target zones, public induction cooking demonstrations, creation of AEP specific marketing materials to share with customers at in-person meetings, as well as phone calls, emails, text messages, door knocking, and door hangers. I did confirm that the program covers full conversions, which is reflected in the 180 unit forecast. The alternative energy program does not cover things like swapping out gas for electric furnace unless the customer is going to fully convert to electric, as the purpose of the program is to fully eliminate the gas asset. And then lastly, for the balancing account, that includes the full conversion as well as the program implementation costs to support the further program development and customer outreach. So hopefully that answers all of the questions around AEP.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we can start on exhibit number 5.
I think I was on mute.
Okay.
Jason, Jamie, I will turn this over to Jason Howard. He's our case manager for Exhibit 5, Energy Supply.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jamie and Ken, and welcome back from lunch. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so exhibit structure. So just listing this out, our first chapter, we give a summary of the exhibit as well as the policy behind it. Chapter 2 is risk management. The main part of the risk management chapter is large uncontrolled water release, one of our ramp risks. Hydro operations costs is chapter 3, and that will contain a majority of the case expense and capital costs, as we will see in the future slides in this section. Chapter 4 is natural gas, solar and energy storage costs. Chapter 5 is energy procurement and administration. Chapter 6 is energy supply technology programs. And chapter 7 is the energy supply rate making. Next slide. Okay, so some of the case highlights as well as portfolio highlights for what we're talking about, the assets here. We have a significant, just kind of moving from upper left to lower right, significant number of projects tied to our risk mitigation. Our large uncontrolled water release, 153 projects for dams and spillways. You can see an example of a dam integrated with a spillway in the background image there. 250 plus generating equipment projects. We generate electricity at these facilities, and so we need to maintain that generating equipment. We've got 165 dams, so a significant number of dams throughout Northern and Central California, 58 hydroelectric powerhouses, and other facts in addition to that, we've got 3 natural gas facilities, 12 solar facilities, and 1 battery storage facility. We have 350 plus miles of water conveyance infrastructure, so you can think of canals, flumes, tunnels, that type of infrastructure there to move water throughout our system. I would say most importantly on this slide, 80 plus is the average age in years of our hydroelectric powerhouses. So we've got assets that are very much an advanced age, but also remain crucial to the present and future clean energy goals of California. Got over 5,500 megawatts of electricity capacity, so a pretty large portfolio. And then 75% of it is greenhouse gas free emissions. All right, next slide. Okay, so I do want to just describe what we're looking at here, give you some visuals, what our portfolio consists of, what are the assets. So Kirkhoff Dam in the upper left, you can see some of the spillway gates emitting some of the generally spring flood flows that we pass through our system. Top middle, Helms generation deck. This is a cavern, a powerhouse constructed out of hewn out of the rock of a cavern. So an underground powerhouse generating 1,200 megawatts of power, so it can really power a city. Upper right, Spalding Dam, again, seeing spillway gates releasing spring flow there. Bottom left is Poe Powerhouse. Something to note is the substation infrastructure above it. So again, we generate a lot of electricity from the flow of water. And then bottom right, historic photo, although it's from the 1980s, of the Helms turbine shutoff valve. So just to give an idea of the sizing of some of the equipment. And the turbine shutoff valve will appear in a few more slides on one of the key projects that we've got in this rate case. Okay, next slide. All right, so then beyond hydro, we've got natural gas, solar, and energy storage assets. And these are not as old as the hydro portfolio, but they are in middle age for the most part. So the maintenance costs are expected to ramp up, as well as the capital replacement costs as we get more advanced age. So upper left is the Gateway Generating Station, 600 plus megawatts of natural gas capacity in the Bay Area. Upper right is the Humboldt Bay Generating Station. This 163 megawatt unit or power plant, this has the ability to also operate independent of the grid if there is because it's in a remote area, and keep our customers with power, even if the wider grid has an issue, or if the remote line between the wider grid and this facility goes dark. And bottom left is the Stroud Solar Station, an example of one of our 12 solar facilities. And then bottom right is a newer asset from 2022, the Elkhorn Battery Energy Storage Station. Each of those little white boxes is about the size of a semi-truck trailer, containing a number of Tesla batteries and providing support to the grid there. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So where are we requesting expense dollars? The majority is in Chapter 3, hydro operation costs. Chapter 4 is natural gas. That would be the next largest piece of the pie there. And then energy procurement and administration in Chapter 5. Next slide. All right, and so capital, similar story. Hydro is the majority of the capital, tied to the aging infrastructure again, and I'll go into some of the key drivers besides that the next few slides. And then natural gas, and then energy supply technology program is the red sliver there. All right, next slide. Okay, so forecasted work, these would be some of the high dollar value projects, subset of projects within that, within the high volume of projects that we're requesting in this rate case. And so just to make these come alive a little bit, for Fordyce Dam leakage reduction, and I pulled these off of the GRC work papers, the project summaries that we have supporting this. But Fordyce Dam leakage reduction, Fordyce Dam impounds Fordyce Lake, and it's addressing an erosion concern which could lead to an uncontrolled water release, which is our ramp risk. So we're intending to improve the dam's upstream toe where the seepage originates, and install an impermeable liner and grout the area around the low-level outlet, with the low-level outlet being a key means of passing, safely passing flood, or just to lower the dam elevation of reservoir, water elevation of the reservoir, excuse me. All right, the next project, Helms turbine shutoff valve replacement. That was that image a few slides ago. It's 40 plus years old. It's past industry standard life expectancy. It shows component wear and tear and or failure. We've experienced multiple in-service failures of the downstream seals of these valves, and it's led to forced outages, which puts a very valuable plant for California out of service for days at a time. And so we would like to replace those. Caribou, I will not go into that in detail given the cost. McLeod Spillway, I do want to talk about that. That is a high hazard potential dam under FERC guidelines. Investigations reveal the existing dam is deficient in size, condition, and design, and mitigating these deficiencies through the construction of a new spillway. Well, that's how we will mitigate them. And the spillway will be wider and deeper, and it will be of sufficient capacity to pass the probable maximum flood in compliance with regulatory requirements. And then the last one that I'll touch on here is Spalding Dam, replacing the low-level outlet. We need to restore operations to a low-level outlet, which is, again, a crucial means of lowering the water level of a dam. And low-level outlet operation is currently restricted. This is a high-hazard dam, again, through FERC classifications. And we would be replacing power tunnel intake trash racks, replacing the low-level outlet system, various valves, and under the objective of maintaining a safe and reliable operation of the dam. So just wanting to give you some insight into the types of projects that exist in our portfolio that are really driving our forecast. All right, next slide. Okay, so key drivers here, the first bullet, key drivers of the work proposed. The first bullet is the risk, the ramp mitigations, risk management activities. This is really those dam and spillway projects that I just discussed. And then the non-ramp water delivery and storage infrastructure is really just the same type of projects, but a different subset of our assets. So the second bullet, changing demands on generating equipment, just to convey that when these were first constructed, the electricity market and the way that we, both the pricing, the market, what was online was very different. Examples would include natural gas facilities that were intended to operate either as base load or with maybe an afternoon peaking ramp. Now they're cycled multiple times a day in response to the renewables, the high renewables penetration for our grid. That cycling results in additional wear and tear. And again, just stressing that these assets overall, and the same logic applies to hydro. These assets overall are very important to California in the present and the future, to California's clean energy goals and just general reliability of the grid. And then the third one, investments needed to address aging and or obsolete generating equipment, touched on the age of hydro and then the middle age of natural gas. So again, just pointing that out again. And then the obsolescence of technology is also an important consideration, right? Digitizing equipment that's currently analog, right? There's efficiencies there, so we want to do that. We want to get up to industry standard. New and expanding FERC compliance requirements. Some examples of that. Fourth bullet. Physical security requirements have ramped up considerably in the last few years, as well as dam safety Part 12D comprehensive assessments. That's really the dam inspections and mitigations of our high hazard dams. And then the additional staffing needed to meet operational environments. So climate is marked there. Climate, market, and regulatory. So if you think about climate change with more frequent, higher intensity storms, requires our staff to operate the facilities differently and maybe be on call for certain events more often. Market conditions, where I talked about the additional cycling of the units, leading to more wear and tear. And then regulatory environment, I had provided a couple examples of new or expanding compliance requirements. So we are requesting staffing commensurate with the way that we intend to operate the portfolio in the future, in the near future. And then we've also, the last bullet, enhanced asset and risk management activities. We have, we're leveraging the learnings from past PG&E events and the asset and risk management maturity in other parts of our company, and we are applying that to the, as we've done in the past, but also in this rate case, applying that to our assets and in terms of how we fund, how the forecast for our cost recovery for energy supply. Okay, that's it for this slide. And key cost changes from the 24 recorded expense. So 24 recorded is 300 million, 27 forecast is 374. So the increase is 74 million. So chapter 1 discusses a Diablo Canyon volumetric performance fee, which is a negative $24 million. And then chapter 3 is the hydroelectric operations request plus $86 million. So again, the driver for the overall exhibit. Chapter 4, this is our natural gas chapter. There is some increases in cost there, and so that is described, $10 million. And then energy policy procurement is really just escalation driving the increase, and then there's a slight decrease in IT projects. All right, so we can go to the next slide. For capital, the 24 recorded is 485 million. 27 forecast is 533. The increase is 48 million. And again, being driven by chapter 3 hydro. And what we've got here for it is again the spillway, kind of the ramp story, mitigate the LG UWR, large uncontrolled water release risk. You've got new FERC relicensing and license requirements, and then security upgrades. And then it's really relatively flat in natural gas in chapter 4, and then there's another decrease on the capital side for IT projects in chapter 6. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in terms of other requests, so we want to continue the two-way hydro licensing balancing account to record certain FERC costs, and then also work required as a result of the 2017 Oroville spillway incident. And I would just say that it has been beneficial to customers. We have given money back the last couple rate case cycles in this balancing account. Modify the HLBA. There is a request to modify it to include costs to implement capital mitigation projects for large uncontrolled water release risk. These projects are of similar nature to what are currently in the balancing account in terms of uncertain scope, uncertain schedule, and thus we expect this to be beneficial to customers as well, to place them into this HLBA, hydro licensing balancing account. We want to direct assign relicensing costs to PowerGen. This was consistent with the methodology changed in 23 GRC, but before that it was consistent with this bullet. We want to go back to that. Third bullet down, continue and update the decommissioning accruals, right? Customers, current customers are benefiting from these facilities, and we just want to make sure that the decommissioning costs are collected from the customers who are benefiting. The fourth bullet, capitalizing the future long-term service agreements. So this is really major outages at our natural gas facilities. It's kind of an industry standard every 4 to 6 years. These major outages occur, and there's service agreements with vendors that we are currently seeking expense recovery for, as we've done since plant inception. We are making the case that this should be capitalized, and it's beneficial for both customers. Well, it's beneficial for customers. And finally, we wish to retain the existing vintage assignment for the utility-owned generation eligible for recovery through the PCIA, Power Charge and Indifference Adjustment Mechanism. Next slide. And that's it. And hand it over to, I don't see any questions in the chat. Okay, then I guess we can hand it to Bill, or unless Ken or Jamie wants to step in. Thank you.
I don't see any questions in the chat or raise hand.
Okay, Jamie up next. I think it's gonna be an echo. Are you? Okay, might be good. It's gonna be Bill Chen for Customer Enterprise Solutions.
Just a quick sound check, and can folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a question.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Chen, and I'm the GRC Case Manager for Exhibit 6, Customer and Enterprise Solutions. Next slide, please. So customer and enterprise solutions drives PG&E's customer strategy and communications across all functional areas with the goal of delivering excellent customer experiences every day and making it enjoyable to work with PG&E. This slide shows the CNES exhibits structure by chapter and witness. I would like to call out that this exhibit was known as Customer and Communications for the 2023 GRC. The reason for the name change is due to the reorganization of the customer communications functional area to customer and enterprise solutions after the 2023 GRC was filed. And this exhibit is comprised of 12 chapters. Next slide. So this slide provides some examples which highlight how the requests in the CNES exhibit will help PG&E to achieve the goal of delivering excellent customer experiences every day and making it enjoyable to work with PG&E. For example, completing the gas advanced metering infrastructure replacement program, which will replace 1.3 million remaining legacy battery operated gas modules by 2030, will allow PG&E to provide customers with timely and accurate gas billing and usage data. Continuing to provide backup power transfer meters, also known as BPTMs, providing 57,000 by 2030 to select customers such as vulnerable customers in high fire threat districts or those customers served by enhanced power line safety settings circuit will allow eligible customers to safely, easily, and affordably connect a number of backup power sources directly into their meter during PSPS events or unplanned outages. Another example of customer enterprise solutions commitment to improving the customer experience is through enhancements to PG&E's website, pgne.com, which is PG&E's primary touch point with over 100 million page views per year. Next slide. So this slide shows customer and enterprise solutions total 2027 test year expense request of $358.3 million, how it's broken out by chapter. You can see from the chart that the majority of the total request is allocated to Chapter 6, Billing, Revenue, and Credit, with an expense forecast of $90.6 million, followed by Chapter 5, Customer Service, with $87.8 million, and then Chapter 2, Local Customer Engagement, with an expense forecast of $66.8 million. I'll provide some more details in a couple slides when I highlight some key cost changes from 2024 recorded expense. I would like to note that the total request of $358.3 million does not include the costs associated with PG&E's request to recover recorded costs from 2021 through 24 for the mobile home park utility upgrade program. And details of the program are discussed in Chapter 12 of this exhibit. Next slide. So this slide shows how customer and enterprise solutions total 2027 test year capital request of $380.5 million is broken out by chapter. You can see from the pie chart that the majority of the total request is allocated to Chapter 7, Metering Services and Engineering, with a test year forecast of $134.2 million, and Chapter 8, Gas AMI Program, with a forecast of $127.9 million. And again, I'll be providing more details in a couple slides when I highlight some key cost changes from 2024 recorded capital. I will also note again that the $380.5 million, that total does not include the costs associated with PG&E's request to recover recorded costs for the mobile home park utility upgrade program, which is again is discussed further in Chapter 12 of this exhibit. Next slide. So this slide shows some of the key cost changes from 2024 recorded expense for customer and enterprise solutions. The total 2027 forecast is $358.1 million, which is about a $51 million increase over 2024 recorded expense of $307 million. I'll go over some of the programs that are driving the increase. First, The customer emergency planning and operations is requesting an increase of 5.2 million to improve customer support during PSPS and all hazard events being storms, wind, and heat events. Some examples of customer support include making improvements at community resource centers, such as electrical upgrades to allow for the connection of temporary generating units and bringing these CRC sites up to ADA compliance. The CRCs or community resource centers provide a safe place for customers to access electricity and basic resources during a PSPS event. As of the end of 2024, PG&E had 118 indoor CRC sites ready for use during a PSPS event. You can find more details of customer emergency planning and operations work activities in Chapter 2. Next, I want to highlight the work of involving transportation electrification and building electrification. They account for a 8.1 million increase over 2024 recorded. Transportation electrification and building electrification's expense forecast includes costs for activities focused on simplifying and improving the customer experience to drive transportation electrification and building electrification adoption, which is necessary to meet the state's decarbonization and electrification goals. Examples of initiatives to improve the customer experience include the development of a new electrification advisor tool, which will provide comprehensive support for customers seeking information and resources for enabling home electric vehicle charging and transitioning to an electrified home. Another example is PG&E.com web enhancements, which will provide information that is tailored to the diverse electrification scenarios throughout PG&E service territory and customer base. And these enhancements may incorporate the use of interactive demos, data-driven insights, and/or artificial intelligence tools to help answer specific customer questions rather than relying on static information to make decisions. And another customer enhancement is to promote customer experience is the Contact Center Customer Service Representative Electrification Support Initiative. And this will provide training for PG&E's customer service representatives to equip them with the knowledge needed to address electrification-related inquiries. While many customers may prefer self-service options provided via PG&E's website, PG&E understands there are customers who still prefer speaking with a CSR, so it's important that CSRs are empowered to provide accurate, helpful, and timely electrification-related information for customers. And you can find more details of the transportation electrification and building electrification work activities in Chapter 2. Next slide. So this slide shows some of the key cost changes from 2024 recorded capital for customer and enterprise solutions. The 2027 forecast is 381 million, which is a $111 million increase over 2024 recorded capital of 270 million. I'll go over some of the key programs that are driving this increase. First being the gas meter exchanges and inventory purchases, which accounts for $26.4 million of the increase. This is to scale up the installation of gas ultrasonic meters, also known as USMs, to improve large gas meter communication and to replenish PG&E's gas bulk module inventory. USMs are a newer generation of gas meters, which provide more customer benefits, such as additional safety features and more accuracy and durability compared to legacy gas meters. USM's additional safety features that can protect customers, PG&E employees, and customer assets, since they feature pressure and temperature sensors that can automatically shut off if pressure, flow, or temperature falls outside of a specified range. USMs are more accurate and durable than legacy gas meters because they have no moving parts, making them less susceptible to environmental extremes. And you can find more details on USMs and the other meter activities in Chapter 7. The gas AMI program accounts for $38.9 million of the increase to replace approximately 1.3 million remaining legacy battery operated gas modules from 2027 through 2030 with next generation modules. I'd like to note that PG&E filed a separate application 24-03-011 in March 2024, requesting recovery of costs from 2023 through 2026 related to the replacement of approximately 1.7 million legacy gas modules and the maintenance, upgrade, or replacement of certain components of PG&E's existing gas AMI system. So PG&E's request in the 2027 GRC will complete the necessary legacy gas module replacements with next generation modules, which promote customer benefits such as providing customers with timely and accurate gas billing and usage data during deployment, while the newly available technologies with the next generation modules will enable PG&E to lower customer costs through operational efficiencies, improve customer service, enhance public safety, and advance environmental benefits. You can find more details on the gas AMI program in Chapter 8. Next, I want to talk about the electric advanced metering infrastructure program. This accounts for $45.5 million of the increase for deployment of approximately 300,000 next generation electric 2.0 meters from 2027 through 30. The program would also enable distributed intelligence applications, also known as DI apps, on the next generation meters and implement necessary improvements to PG&E's electric AMI system. PG&E proposes to strategically install approximately 150,000 electric 2.0 meters during the 2027 through 30 GRC period in areas with high wildfire risk, where the required density of these advanced electric meters could identify potential primary, secondary, and individual electric service issues. PG&E will also implement distributed intelligence apps on these meters and complete necessary upgrades to its electric AMI system to enable the functionality of these meters for wildfire safety and risk mitigation purposes. Such customer benefits, along with providing customers with ongoing, timely, and accurate electric billing and usage data during the deployment, will enhance public safety and energy affordability for customers and support California's environmental, energy, and electrification goals. You can find more details on the electric AMI program in Chapter 9. Next slide. So here, this slide summarizes customer enterprise solutions request to modify one balancing account, to close 3 memo accounts, and to provide a reasonableness showing of recorded balances for one balancing account. Regarding the non-tariffed products and services balance account, PG&E proposes to modify it to include all CPUC jurisdictional new revenue development programs and apply an existing 50-50 net profit sharing mechanism between ratepayers and shareholders. Currently, the 50-50 net profit sharing mechanism only applies to one program, which is the Mover Services Program. So the modification would request the application of the 50-50 profit sharing mechanism to all CPUC jurisdictional NRD programs. The non-tariff products and services memo account tracks actual net profits related to PG&E's non-tariff products and services for the 2023 GRC rate case cycle. Future actual revenue and expense is proposed to be tracked in the NTBA and split 50-50 between shareholders and ratepayers. The non-tariff products and services memo account would be closed once the Commission reviews the results of the recorded costs. I won't go into any more details regarding the other requests. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
So before we take any questions for enterprise solution, I've seen a hand raised by ALJ Ranier earlier. Do you still have question now?
Okay, I think seeing none, I will turn it over to our next presenter.
No. Hold on. We have other questions from the previous slide.
So
For
as
the
for the
previous
previous section,
energy supply. Yeah, hi, go ahead.
yes, it was a question for the previous section. I'm happy to take it in the Q&A at the end. So this is not for the
Okay.
past presentation. This is for electric distribution. We can take it at the end.
Okay, okay, got it. All right, we'll save it for later. And we have, going back to the chat earlier, Chris had a question about, does PG&E provide forecast monthly bill impact for expected bill impact for expected extension of Diablo Canyon for attrition year? And the answer was no. Ken responded. Okay, so if there's any question for Bill's exhibit presentation for customer enterprise solution. I don't see any, so we can go into the next one.
Jamie, were we going to take a step back to energy supply presenter for a second, or did you want to move forward to shared services?
I think we're good. We can go on to the next one.
Okay, great. Thank you. Our next presenter will be Jerry Cajas for Exhibit 7, which is Shared Services and Information Technology. And I will mute my computer right now, Jerry.
Hi, Jerry, I cannot hear you. You are unmuted, but I cannot hear you. You can try leave the room and come back and see if that helps.
Hi, Jerry. If you click the caret next to the mute button, you should have options of what to your microphone.
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Yeah? No?
Jerry.
Okay, great. Sorry, folks, for the technical difficulties. I promise you that I'll try to make it meaningful for us. Again, I appreciate your time, and as always, we'll attempt to answer any questions you may have on the content I communicate today. So I am the case manager for Exhibit 7, Shared Services and Information Technology. All right, let's go to the next. My exhibit consists of 10 chapters. There are a couple of unifying themes around what is presented within this exhibit. All of these particular organizations represent foundational services that are demand driven by a lot of the gas and electric and customer and generation programs that you heard about earlier today. So we have in the first couple of chapters, we have enterprise health and safety, we have cyber and corporate security, and we have emergency preparedness and response, which all serve to function as support on our safety issues. Anything to do with cyber attacks, anything to do with our contractor and our employee safety, we provide guidance and we provide programs in these chapters that benefit the entire company. Our transportation and aviation services, our materials and sourcing, our land and environmental access and permitting services, all support gas and electric jobs, and our field crew by providing vehicles, providing support in sourcing and in material warehousing, big jobs, and making sure that we have correct access and permitting services when conducting our jobs and accessing our assets. Our information technology and data management, as well as our real estate and our enterprise risk management all serve to provide other foundational support activities, such as making sure to advance us to the latest and greatest technology solutions while maintaining efficiencies as we get them defined within each and every operational line of business. So I want to talk a little bit more now about some of these chapters. Okay, so here are some key points. Again, within this exhibit, we have approximately around 30,000 telecom network devices that we intend to upgrade throughout the life cycle of the case. We will be supporting 3 million EVs by 2030. Within this case as well, we are going to be deploying nearly 4,000 ZEV units in our fleet by 2030, and up to about 350 applications we intend to migrate to the cloud. We also intend to have a little over $1 million electric vehicle charging ports installed by 2030. So this is a slide kind of talking about what is in the actual exhibit in terms of our expense request. It is an expense request of roughly $834.3 million. It's primarily driven by information technology and data management requests of about $263 million, followed closely by transportation and aviation services investments of $132.9 million and real estate investments of $105.4 million. Again, some of the key principles that we have in this investment structure is that what we invest in here services the entire company. We are very demand driven. So as much as we get defined and we get authorized to proceed with our gas and electric work in support of customer service, we will go ahead and make sure that our field services and our office coworkers have got these materials and have got these facilities ready to go for them. Our capital request is $1.2 billion for 2027. And again, as you can see with the donut, it is largely driven by information technology and data management at about $500 million, closely followed by real estate of $336.5 million and transportation and aviation services, $202.9 million. We also have within our overall investment portfolio for capital, cyber and corporate security investments that really serve to protect our assets, our systems, and our core workers, both from physical and from cyber attacks. This is a very large feature when it comes to how we manage our risks, especially for cyber attack. Some of our top programs within the overall exhibit may not necessarily always be the top drivers of cost. So I do want to emphasize the value we provide beyond just the amount of investment that we're asking to have reviewed within this GRC. We want to highlight some of the services that are not always visible within this exhibit, and one of them being aviation services. Aviation services will continue in this rate case cycle to deliver essential aerial capabilities that support emergency responses, that also serve to support operation and maintenance, construction activities, and support the state overall during wildfire season. As an example, last year when we had the Palisades fire, our aviation services team responded lightning quick and honestly were called out very favorably in the way that they protected that particular area of California during that wildfire. So we intend to continue to partner wherever we can. In addition, we intend to use a lot more unmanned aircraft systems. So those are otherwise known as drones, just so that all of us can stay on the same page. Instead of sending in our coworkers or helicopters into areas of challenging terrain. So we want to continue to explore these types of technologies within our aviation services programs when it comes to wildfire response. Along the lines of emergency response, within emergency preparedness and response, we are going to continue to build out our safety and infrastructure protection team, both the crews and their specialized equipment, to address our goals of expanding those services into more of an all-hazard emergency response strategy. It will continue to respond to, of course, wildfire mitigation and risk reduction, but we want to really emphasize the expansion of this particular team to respond to all hazards. This will not only address the needs of our PG&E coworkers, but also of our customers and our general public. So again, a heavy emphasis on safety here, folks, within this program. In our corporate real estate strategy and services programs, we are moving forward with the expansion of our Oakland General Office complex to ensure that we are taking into consideration the safety and security of our coworkers and enriching the general community in our new general office setting. We are also taking a very careful consideration on all the conditions of our facilities. As we return to work and as more and more of our coworkers assemble together, we want to make sure that our facilities are ready for that return and that they are addressing the needs of our increased field crews. As we get deeper and deeper into large gas and electric strategies that require an increased field crew presence, we want to make sure that the yards and the service centers, our material buildings, are all being fit towards their purpose and that we are addressing the greatest needs first, in addition to making sure that we are fit for capacity and usage and return to workplace policies. We also want to practice sustainability. So within our retrofitting and our improvements on the facility side, we will explore ways to further our investments in things like solar and photovoltaic solutions as we build out those facilities. In our land and environmental access and permitting services, we are going to continue to maintain our library of more than 500,000 records that document our company's access to rights and land needed to maintain and build our equipment. This is essential because it also gives us the idea of what are the conditions of these access points when it comes to reaching our assets and in emergencies, especially during wildfires and any of our our call to actions. We want to make sure that we understand what the conditions are to get to our assets to service them immediately. For sourcing the materials, we will continue to support the company's mission to provide safe, reliable, affordable, and clean natural gas and electric service through our procurement services, our engagements with suppliers, our master service agreements, our purchase orders. There are countless numbers of these to make sure that we have the right vendor relationships, that we are working with diverse suppliers, that we are giving attention to small businesses in addition to providing training sessions with these small businesses. We intend to continue to bring innovative approaches and technologies to support the 10,000 miles of undergrounding while ensuring it's done at the lowest possible cost. Again, an example of where these types of enterprise services will always support our electric and gas businesses. Our transportation services, as I talked about on the fact sheet earlier, we are going to continue to deploy zero-emission vehicles to support California's goals for a clean fleet, in combination with our internal fleet charging infrastructure to enable the deployment of electric vehicles, not only for our coworkers' own internal fleet, but to also provide opportunities to our customers. Our increased investment in electric vehicles are reducing operational fuel expense by decreasing the reliance on fuel sources. To date, we have 165 electric vehicles in service, and we've accumulated about 954,000 all-electric miles. Again, to restate it, the ZEV fleet, we intend to grow that to about 4,000 units by 2030. Some highlights in the cost changes from 2024 recorded to 2027 forecast. For expense, we have a modest increase of $10 million, but again, most of it falls around the central themes of providing increased safety, emergency preparedness, and response is the first one. We are increasing our investments in this program primarily due to emergency field operation programs that support wildfire risk reduction, but also expanding our field exercise program so that they can respond, as I spoke about before, to all emergency events. So we'll focus primarily on the ones that support wildfire risk reduction while continuing to look for opportunities to expand these services. In information technology, most of the increases around these programs are due to incremental operations and maintenance. And really that happens as a result of deploying technology solutions. We often need to slightly increase our labor and non-labor costs to support new technologies, but we will constantly look for ways to operate this effectively and efficiently over time. In our cyber and corporate security space, this is a very important area where we're always looking to evolve our controls to counter our increasing and more sophisticated security threats, both from a cyber and a physical perspective, as well as being able to manage work that comes into our space as a result of other directives, such as the Transportation Services Authority Security Directive. So we do want to make sure that you're aware that we are constantly staying afoot of that. In our transportation and aviation services, really it is just maintaining our fleet vehicle services. And for capital, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this. I do want to point out that one of our key drivers is information technology. Our increases are primarily due to our increased use of cloud and the desire to highlight the value of our cloud investments. We're specifically going to be proposing a policy change that allows for the capitalization of 3-year prepaid third-party cloud computing agreements, essentially really being able to pull down the value of these agreements with these vendors as a part of our overall attempt to want to make sure that we have technology available for our solutions on hand. Our data center, cloud, and application management ongoing life cycle and our cloud migration investments are intended to control and mitigate our IT asset failure risk associated with our critical applications and our data center assets and components. We are also heavily investing in data analytics and insights, and it really is an attempt to improve our data quality and accessibility, to consolidate systems, and to enable insights that assist us in driving business decision-making and operational efficiency opportunities. Followed by corporate real estate. Our investments in corporate real estate, again, are going to be addressing capacity. It'll also be addressing support for our frontline coworkers, as I spoke about before, and replacing and upgrading existing facilities before they fail and potentially cause safety issues. In our enterprise health and safety, and I'd like to really focus on this for a moment, we are increasing in this area primarily because we are going to expand our PG&E Academy learning facility. And this is really an attempt to be able to house more instructors, to be able to provide more courses, to focus on expanding in-person training for our apprentices, and not only that, to also offer more refreshers for all of our journeymen as well. Right now, the facility that we currently occupy does not have sufficient area for all of these classes to happen in one location. If we are able to expand the academy in one location, we will be able to centralize other training centers into this one location and make it a much more efficient, effective, and safe experience. And finally, in addition to that investment, we intend to start installing a lot more cameras as a part of our transportation safety initiative to reduce the risk of PG&E driver distraction and any likelihood of workforce and public serious injuries and fatalities. And with that, that comes to the end of my prepared remarks, but I'm always happy to take questions.
I see one question from the chat from Anthony. Can you please explain how whether IT capital in Chapter 7 overlap or built upon other capital costs related to electric distribution in Exhibit 4, particularly grid mod?
Thanks for the question. Just wanted to make sure that I was the only one on the mic. We have very separate and distinct programs that do not overlap with GridMod, but they complement them. So let me speak a little bit about that. Our IT foundational investments that we have that would be specifically impacting any kind of grid modernization would have to do with a lot of our network. Those foundational elements we would have in this specific chapter and this specific exhibit, but not the end devices. So any end devices, we would continue to keep that in the grid modernization chapter, but it is a very modest investment there. The bulk of how we end up carrying the foundational elements that allow for that technology to work on the grid mod side would be in this chapter. And I'd be happy to point that out to you. It's within Chapter 7.
Okay, thank you. So I see no more question in the chat, and there's one more question. Okay, so that's Anthony say thank you. Anthony say thank you. He say thank you. Okay, we can move on to the next exhibit.
I'm gonna do a quick mic check, see if there's an echo. Are we okay, Jamie?
Yeah, there was echo earlier, but now no echo.
Oh, yeah, it's me. Jamie, I'm doing a quick mic check. Are we okay? Any echoes? We good?
No echo.
Okay, wonderful. All right, I think we are going to move along to do Exhibit 8, which is our people exhibit, and our presenter will be Sam Waite. So I'm just going to turn off my mic really quickly and turn it over to Sam.
All right, I think you all can hear me.
Yes.
Great. All right, well, that was an easier transition, luckily for me. All right, everybody, I'm I'm happy to be here with you all today. I'm Samantha White. I'm the Regulatory Case Manager for the People Organization. I'll be presenting the overview of Exhibit 8, the People Compensation and Benefit chapter. At a high level, this People exhibit covers both department costs as well as forecasts for our company-wide expenses managed by the People Department. You also might hear the People Department is called the HR department, but as we've kind of transitioned, we've moved to using people instead of HR. Moving on to the next slide. This is our exhibit structure. Again, the People Department costs are included. That is in Chapter 2. Our company-wide expenses can be found in Chapters 3, 4, and 5. Chapter 3 includes the forecast and details on our short-term incentive plan, also known as STIP, and our non-qualified retirement plans, labor escalation, and discusses the results of the total compensation study. In Chapter 2, we have forecasts for PG&E's health and welfare plans. Those are the medical, dental, and vision plans, as well as post-retirement plans, also known as 401k, and other benefit plans are also included in Chapter 4. Chapter 5 includes details on workers' compensation, as well as our on-site wellness programs. Also included in our exhibit is total company headcount forecast, with a modest increase from 2024 to 2027 of 189 FTEs, full-time equivalent employees. Also includes insights into the diversity of PG&E's employee workforce, which can be found in Chapter 6, the report on inclusion and belonging. Finally, in Chapter 7, we include the results of the total compensation study that was performed by actuary Willis Towers Watson. Moving on to our facts slide. See some really great facts here. What I do want to point out is that our People exhibit supports the benefits for more than 20,000 employees. And you will see that reflected on this next slide, which is our summary request. The majority of the expenses, like I mentioned, are in this blue area, the employee benefits, which is just over $987 million for a total of 1.4 billion. Let's move on to the next slide. This is our key cost changes. So here for department expenses from 2024 to 2027, an increase of 7 million or 10%. Primarily due to labor escalation and the addition of 2 full-time equivalent employees. Company-wide expense forecast is approximately 141 million or 12% as compared to our base year. The increase here is mostly due to labor escalation. Some notable things to call out is an increase of 41 million for our medical benefits found in Chapter 4. This is based on PG&E's affordability forecast, which I'll discuss in the next slide, which includes a forecast headcount increase and medical escalation year over year. Additionally, 37 million for our retirement savings plan, the 401k, also found in Chapter 4, primarily driven by wage escalation, match formula, and headcount. Additionally, the last thing I'll talk about in Chapter 4 is $29 million for our leave of absence and disability benefits. That $29 million is made up to $17 million for our long-term disability trust contributions. That increase is based on updated actuarial forecast, as well as $12 million for our short-term disability benefits, primarily driven by increases in wages and an increase on EDD's maximum weekly benefit rate. Finally, 28 million for our short-term incentive plan, also known as STIP, found in Chapter 3. It's primarily driven by labor escalation, offset by a 2024 payout that exceeded target. Moving on to our next slide in our notable proposals. So you'll see here, this is where we describe PG&E's primary medical forecast. We're also calling it the affordability forecast. PG&E has taken a new approach here and is using a 5-year average, also taking into account forecasted headcount. This forecast is $100 million lower than the forecast developed by our actuary, Willis Towers Watson. This forecast also includes escalation for post-test years at 3%. That 3% is a reduction of 3.9% as compared to Willis Towers Watson forecast of 6.9. This forecast also requests to establish a two-way balancing account, a two-way medical balancing account. This two-way medical balancing account we feel is appropriate in this GRC cycle. We're starting in this GRC cycle for a number of reasons, including the PG&E risk in forecasting using this 5-year average instead of relying on actuarial expertise. And it also holds headcount flat from 2025 through the case years. Additionally, PG&E is requesting to repurpose approximately $500 million from its post-retirement benefits other than pension, known as PBOP. That's a medical trust. The repurposing of these funds will offset medical expenses and also reduces PG&E's revenue requirement for the years of 2028 through 2030. And finally, on this last slide, there are some details about the two things that I mentioned in the earlier slide, which is the establishing of a new medical balancing account to record our medical costs in Chapter 4, as well as what I mentioned before about the trust repurposing. So we are requesting to repurpose these trust funds to reallocate our trust funds to help pay for medical expenses. And this is the final slide in my presentation. I will pause for questions if you have any.
I don't see any questions in the chat or raise hand.
All right, well, thank you very much.
All right, so
I'm next.
we actually have a question from in the chat, just came in. For Exhibit 7, which AMI 2.0 component are included in the IT budget? The head-end system, communication network, centralized system, MDMS billing analytics, and or the distributed intelligence or DI platform. So this is related to an earlier exhibit, not human resource. And can we take the question here? Can you?
Yeah. So Jerry's having a hard time with her mic. So I'm gonna point the requester to Exhibit 7, Chapter 7. That should have more information to address that question.
Chapter 7.
Correct.
Woon. Yes. Okay, so Woon, please check out Chapter 7 of Exhibit 7 to for a response. And if you have further questions, you can email us or PG&E.
Thank
you. Okay, I don't see any more questions yet. We can take a break after this, and we can come back at 2:15.
Did you want to take a 5-minute break, or would you like to take a full 10-minute break, Jamie?
I think we want to be on schedule. We can take a 5-minute break. Come back at 2:15.
We will take 5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, sorry guys. I think I'm gonna put up the lunch slide up. Okay, we have a new question for chapter 7. Can you explain why third-party cloud computing is categorized as a capital expense and not O&M? How is this a capital investment? And this is regarding the earlier exhibit.
I'll take it.
Do you want to come to my computer and answer that question, Jay? It might be the most effective.
Let me do that. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for the question, first of all. And I want to qualify this in 2 different ways. What I presented in the capital forecast for 2027 is as a result of a proposed policy change that we actually have in the exhibit. We are proposing that prepaid 3-year agreements with commercial cloud providers be considered part of a capital investment. However, given that we already do capitalize some of our third-party cloud computing agreements if it is part of a capital implementation. So in the development, design, and deployment of a capital solution that uses third-party cloud services, we do capitalize that. What we want to do is expand that to include ongoing costs because of the value that ongoing cloud computing costs provide. And that is a part of what we've had as our write-up within Chapter 7. So please, I do encourage you to read our proposed policy change.
Okay. Hope that answers your questions. See, we have no
Good.
more raised hand. We have no raised hand or questions in the chat. So we can move on to the next exhibit.
Before Lauren starts, is it possible to field? I believe a judge did have a question for the energy or electric distribution team. And due to time constraints with the team, we were wondering if we could field that question now.
Sorry, what is this question for me, Ken?
Yeah, it is, Jamie. We have the electric distribution team has some time constraints, and I believe I heard that there was a question on the line that was going to be waiting for general Q&A. So I wonder if we could field that question now due to time constraints for some members on that team.
Oh yes, sure. And I also have before going to that, there is a comment from the earlier participant that that doesn't answer the question why it is proposed to be capitalized in the first place, even if it's the current partial practice. So that was a comment after the response given by Jerry.
Yep, and I appreciate that comment.
Okay.
I'm just going to point to
Yeah,
testimony
sure.
work.
And going back to Ken, yes, you can do that, sure.
Okay. So Jamie, is there? And I apologize. Was there a question for the electric distribution team that was set on hold that we can address now?
The question from electric distribution. Was there a question on hold?
I apologize. Did one of the ALJs on the line?
Oh yes, there was a question. I think ALJ Renee has a question.
Yes.
I am ALJ Renier, and the question that I had was whether the application discusses how the $15 billion federal loan will be applied to hydroelectric projects that are proposed to be capitalized within this.
Is that an energy supply question? So that actually might be for Jason.
Yep. So I am on. Thank you for the question. Could you repeat it one more time, please?
Yes, it has to do with, so the PG&E was granted a large loan by the federal government having to do with hydropower projects. You have a large amount, in fact, the majority of your amount is due to hydropower within that section. My question has to do with how the funds that were made available by the federal government will be applied to the treatment of these assets.
And my understanding is that the financing element here was not included in the application. Jason, you correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. There's no, in Exhibit 5 energy supply, there is no mention of this, the loan funding treatment cascading into hydropower.
Okay. I guess my follow-on question then is, are you intending to use that vehicle as a part of how we fund these projects?
Recording the question, and I'm going to have to talk to my team because I do not have an answer.
Yes, and apologies, it may be a question that's a little deeper than the format we've got here. And thank you for taking it down, and we'll look forward to your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will follow up on that question. We have that down. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. We can move on to the next.
Okay, our next presenter is going to be for Exhibit 9, Administrative in General, and Lauren Hudson, our case manager for that exhibit, will be presenting.
All right. Like Ken said, I am the regulatory case manager for Administrative in General A&G exhibit. So we can go to the next slide. So this slide shows which organizational costs are included in Exhibit 9. The structure is very similar to PG&E's 2023 GRC A&G exhibit. Chapter 1 summarizes all of the organizational expense, capital costs, as well as all the A&G company-wide item expenses that fall under this area. Chapters 2 through 8 include the costs of these organizations themselves. And then Chapter 9 describes adjustments done for A&G rate making itself. Next slide. Here's just a few highlights from the A&G exhibit. As you can see, the PG&E's liability self-insurance programs have been very successful. Next slide. Here is a summary of the A&G 2027 forecast. This includes organizational expense and company-wide item expenses included in this exhibit. As you can see here, a majority of the insurance and the law pieces of the pie are actually company-wide items themselves. So next slide. And then here is the capital, excuse me, the capital slide for A&G organizations. It's $4.9 million for a couple projects in the finance organization and some projects in the ethics and compliance organizations, excuse me, IT projects. Next slide, please. So key changes from 2024 in the A&G area. For organizational expense, there's a 6% increase, which is primarily driven by labor escalation in You can see here it's ethics and compliance, corporate affairs, and strategy organizations, offset slightly by slight decreases in the law organization. For A&G company-wide item expenses, there's an 11% increase, which is primarily driven by two drivers: an increase in litigation settlements and judgments, and then an increase in the commercial liability policies. And these two drivers are offset by a decrease in bank fees. And then for capital, as I just said before, this is an increase driven by capital IT projects in the finance and ethics and compliance organizations. Next slide. So two notable proposals. Insurance, this is more of a same, we're continuing the same. For PG&E's general liability insurance, PG&E is proposing to continue to use self-insurance for both wildfire and non-wildfire liability, which self-insurance programs for both those are in effect today. So we're continuing that. And then for ethics and compliance, at the end of 2026, the federal monitor's term ends. And so we are proposing to integrate this oversight function into our normal business operations, and to add as an additional measure to assist in reducing safety risks. And that completes the presentation on the A&G exhibit. I'm happy to take any questions. All right, if there's none, I will hand it over to Megan Rodriguez.
Hi, everyone. Hope you guys can hear me. My name is Megan Rodriguez, and I'm the case manager for Exhibit 10, Results of Operations, and also Exhibit 11, Post-Test Year Rate Making. Next slide, please. The Results of Operation, or RO exhibit, in its current state has added 5 chapters, chapters 15 through 19, which were previously in Exhibit 12, General Report in the last GRC. Next slide, please. This slide is meant to represent the revenue requirement calculation and the data flow. As you can see, the RO model compiles expense and capital forecasts from Exhibits 3 to 9, along with global parameters such as taxes, working cash, and depreciation, as described in various technical chapters within Exhibit 10, into a summary of earnings format by 4 GRC functional areas. The 27 GRC RO model includes some improvements to make the model more transparent and user-friendly, but overall is consistent with what was used in PG&E's prior GRCs. Next slide, please. As you can see here, PG&E presents its 2027 GRC revenue requirement in 4 GRC functional areas as compared to the 2026 adopted revenue requirement presented in Chapter 14. The 2026 adopted revenue requirement is $15.4 billion, and the 2027 proposed revenue requirement is $16.6 billion. This is an overall 8% or $1.2 billion proposed increase in revenue requirement compared to 2026. Next slide. Similar to our previous GRCs, PG&E has hired an independent consultant to perform a depreciation study. As shown in this table, which is included in Chapter 8 testimony, the depreciation study recommends an increase of approximately $676 million, whereas PG&E is proposing an increase of approximately $130 million. This results in PG&E proposing a one-time non-precedential deviation from the depreciation study, resulting in a reduction of approximately $546 million. The details of this proposal are discussed in PG&E's testimony. Next slide, please. The last thing I want to call out for this exhibit is an overview of our balancing accounts presented in this GRC. To summarize, we are proposing to continue 28 balancing and memorandum accounts, close 22, and request the establishment of 2 balancing accounts. As discussed earlier today, the new accounts are related to new business balancing account, which was previously discussed by Exhibit 4, and medical balancing account,
which was previously discussed by Exhibit 8. Lastly, we are proposing to conduct reasonableness reviews for costs recorded in certain balancing and memorandum accounts in 3 different tracks of this GRC covering different years. I'm going to pause for questions on Exhibit 10. Okay, not hearing or standing. Moving on to Exhibit 11, post-test year rate making. Next slide. As you can see, the structure of Exhibit 11 is unchanged from the 2023 GRC. Next slide. Consistent with previous GRCs, this exhibit discusses the treatment of expense and capital separately for the attrition years of 2028 through 2030. PG&E proposes to escalate test year expenses at various escalation rates described in Chapter 2, except for the 8 discrete expense programs, also called bottom-up forecasts. Similarly, for capital, PG&E proposes to escalate adopted test year capital except for 6 discrete or bottom-up forecast programs. The last thing I'll mention for PTYR is PG&E is requesting a 6.1% year-over-year revenue requirement increase for the attrition years. Thank you for your time. I'll pause for questions. Thank you for the question. The one-time depreciation deviation will be reflected in the gas OIR in future rate cases.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Jamie, I believe Hannah Keller rejoined this meeting and may need to be elevated as she is our next presenter.
Okay.
Hey, Kent, Hannah should be elevated. She should be a panelist now.
Okay.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right. Last but not least, discovery. We've gone over a lot of topics today, so I'm sure folks may have additional questions as you dive into the testimony and work papers. We do ask that you send all of your requests to the GRC mailbox listed here, grc@pgne.com. That mailbox is monitored by several people, so that way, in case I'm not here, Hannah takes a vacation, something's going on, there are many people that are there to answer your questions quickly. We do plan to respond in the standard 10 business days to requests. If for some reason we cannot respond within the 10 days, I will proactively reach out to you as the requester and let you know what's going on, and also provide an estimated time of arrival for those responses. If you are curious about other parties' questions, what they are asking, we do have our public portal. That website is located at azurewebsites.net, linked here. You can go to that portal, put in your name, and you can search the case. You can see all of the discovery that other parties have propounded, as well as your own responses. Also there you will see we do have confidential responses that will be listed. However, you will not be able to obtain them via the public website. If there is something that you are interested in that you would like to receive that is confidential, one, we will ask that you obtain a non-disclosure agreement from us. We will co-sign, and then once that NDA has been posted from both parties, we will be able to provide you with the material that you are requesting. Other than that, I think that's it. Did anybody have any questions on Discovery? Awesome. All right, well, thank you.
Okay, so we have no question for the Discovery overview. And now we'll move on to the open discussion. Okay, so we're now open the floor for open discussion. Please use the raise hand function or type your questions in the chat. We'll call on the participant in the order received. And please keep questions concise and relevant to today's topic. If PG&E is unable to answer questions today, some of the questions today, please follow up with them as needed. Okay. So Chris has questions.
I can field that one, even though Hannah could as well. Yes, there's a work paper in Exhibit 2. Hannah, if you want to speak to it, you certainly can.
Sure. Yeah, it's actually attachment D to our testimony. It does provide all of the feedback that we have for each of the 306 line items that we got from folks' comments.
Okay. Let's see if we have any other questions.
To the question in chat, they are available and they are posted online.
Yeah, so PG&E testimony and work paper will be available at the PG&E website.
I believe they're available on our site, and I actually believe that the commission has them available as well.
I believe you served those already, didn't you? The links?
We did.
Yes, it's on a docket.
Yeah. It's on the docket already also. Okay.
So I don't see any raised hand, and we have one question from Jenny. Testimonies and work paper also is a statement. Testimonies and work papers are not on the docket.
Right.
Yeah. So last chance, if anyone have any questions, please raise hand or put in the chat.
I think there are too many questions. It's hard to pick which ones to ask.
There's definitely going to be more questions.
Yeah.
Maybe that's an opportunity for me to say thank you first to the judges for being on the line today. We appreciate your time. Thank you to Energy Division. for hosting, hosting this workshop today. We're very appreciative. And thank you to the participants on behalf of the entire PG&E team that presented today. Thank you for your questions, for your participation. We do look forward to continued conversation about our case. And I am hopeful that today's discussion was informative and gave an overview and would help a reader on how to navigate the case and find answers. So once again, are there more questions?
Yeah, there is. Marcel asked to clarify, are they available on the PG&E docket site?
Marcel, you can absolutely access the files through Azure. I think typically how you would. We have them fully available. Hannah, I think you can kind of Google it.
Thank you. No, I was just making a statement because it was. I thought the question was whether they are available, and I believe they are available on the PG&E website. Correct?
Yes.
I wonder, I'm sorry, I know we're trying to finish. I did actually have a question on the depreciation proposal. Is there time for a question on that?
Sure, I'll probably bring Megan over by me to try and field the question. Marcel will do our best.
My question is, PG&E is proposing, to use this depreciation study, but to make a one-time reduction of approximately 540 million. Does that mean we will? Do we need to litigate PG&E's proposed amounts in this case, or will PG&E seek to submit a separate in future rate cases request collection of the 540 million that is deferred?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. We will be submitting and updating our depreciation rates in future rate cases. So no necessary litigation in this GRC, but depreciation rates will be updated in the gas OIR or the 2031 GRC. No, yeah, it's a one-time deviation from the study.
Thank you.
And I have a question from Chris. To clarify, protests and responses are due June 18 according to the CPUC process. I believe the protests are due June 15. Yeah, protests are due June 15.
Yeah, look at the CPUC rule 2.6. It has the timeline in there.
Mm-hmm. So June 16, because 15 is a Sunday. And Haley is saying protests are due on June 18, which is 30 days after the application first appeared in the daily calendar. And Selena is saying protests are normally due 30 days from the day they appear on the daily calendar. So same statement. So what do you think? Should it be June 18th, 30 days after it appeared on the calendar?
I think they have to consult their lawyers.
Jamie, to close that out, I agree. I think we'll look at the rules and we'll submit we'll submit the protest accordingly.
Yes, we have different opinions on this. So Haley pointed out that Rule 2.6 protest response and replies. A, unless otherwise provided by rule, decision, or journal order, a protest or response must be filed within 30 days of the date the notice of the filing of the application first appears in the daily calendar. Any comment on that? ALJ?
Well, I think they need to check when it was, the notice was filed first appeared in the daily calendar, and I don't know that. So anyway, but judges are not supposed to give legal advice.
Okay. Okay. You will have to check so to respond to when to file the protest, please check the date when it first appeared on the calendar.
Well, and I'll just say that we appreciate the overview, Mr. Arnold, and everyone else from PG&E. It was very helpful. It's a good way to start off the case.
Yeah. So if we don't, oh, do we have another one? Okay, will today's presentation slide that be posted on PG&E's case document search function on Azure? So today's presentation will be posted on CPUC's PG&E rate case website, and I will share that information with you soon, in a moment. Okay, so see if we have any more questions before I go into the closing. Okay, because when I share my screen, I cannot see anything. Okay. Okay. So here we're at the closing and the next steps. So thank you all for your time today in support of PG&E's general rate case. Here are a few reminders before closing. Commissioner and administrative law judge assignment will be posted on the docket. Please keep checking the docket for updates. If you want to add yourself to the service list, please email the CPUC process office to get on the list. Mention docket number A2505009. Further questions can be emailed to me or PG&E at the general rate case email. Today's presentation will be available at CPUC's PG&E General Rate Case Phase 1 website in about a few days. The protests are due, so we have a different opinion on this. On this slide, I put June 15 according to the schedule, but it is 30 days after it's posted on the daily calendar. And our protests, okay, and the PCH will be held on, sorry, I didn't see that message again. Can you chime in?
The PCH will be on July 3rd.
July 3rd. So PCH will be on July 3rd, not June 30th.
Or PHC.
PHC, sorry, yeah. And scoping memo will issue around mid-August. For follow-up question or comment, you might reach out to Energy Division, to myself, Jamie Lau, and or Chris Lopez. And here is the QR code for it will lead you to CPUC's PG&E rate case Phase 1 website. So if you want to bring out your camera, and it will take you to the link. or you can take a picture of this. I'll leave it on for a moment. Okay. Okay, so everyone got the QR code, right? Okay. And we have no more questions. Yep. Okay, with that, we officially close today's workshop. Thank you again and have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you, Ken. Bye.